just trying to... Everything honestly went just great. No one's been hurt. The sign is back to front. I can flip it around the other way. That's part of having a snuffy cam. This is why mine needs to increase the live streaming, so I don't have to keep spinning this around.
How's everybody doing today? Everybody being good? Everybody being good at it? Because you can't be good, you gotta be good at it. It's as simple as that.
They're slowing down. They're slowing down. Are they going to sit in? Are they going to sit in?
Conference on COVID release. These guys are having... These guys are doing this big whole COVID thing over there, right?
Do you think they'll sit in?
Mike, how you doing? Andy, how you doing? Dean, Zero, how you doing? Nebraska, nice. So I think this is in Australia. I think they're just starting to catch up with the whole protesting. Of course, it's all white women. Like, look at that. Black Lives Matter protests. And I don't think I see one black person there.
Following police orders, very good.
Sherlock Jones, how you doing? GBR, Edward. It's buffering a lot.
And off the road.
Well, it looks like it might be buffering, eh? Quite a bit.
Now, let's check out who was at the back. Oh, look at this. Alright, so we had Hoof Patrol, they pulled off. Local area, 2 vans from local area.
Very, very interesting.
Unmarked. 1+1 unmarked.
Hold on, let me try something.
Another unmarked. And great job. Make the 1% of their dads already pay for everything. Yeah, they're good.
Alright.
I think through most corporation tax dodgers these days, it doesn't really happen, so sorry mate, your income tax is just going to have to go, and the officers are happy. Officers are happy, protesters are happy, everyone's happy. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone's happy. Police are happy. Protesters are happy. They got to back in the street.
Okay, guys, make sure you refresh your screen because it was buffering for a minute there. I just stopped it and restarted it. You probably didn't notice it. It was probably just a buffer to you, but I just stopped and restarted. So you're going to be about 20 seconds behind if you do not refresh your browser. Just keep that in mind. Or hit that live button at the bottom left. Refresh or hit the bottom live.
We've got a job to do. In the back of it.
No buffering here. Nice.
Now, for those wondering,
All right. Oops, I don't know what just happened there. There we go. So of course we got in Australia. I'm pretty sure it's Australia. Let me see here. It doesn't say where it is actually. I think it is Australia.
talk about something.
And
We are unlearning
it looks like
assets
England, but
to
did
define
Australia have the same kind of
By
police
changing
there?
the way we think about the impact on assets and personal wealth, researchers are shifting how we define economic prosperity. We are unlearning workplaces to shatter the glass ceiling by analyzing the career.
Scratch and sniff thumbs up. Yes, guys, hit that thumbs up if you haven't hit that thumbs up already. So the
My favorite
what was I gonna say?
is we
I
are
told it. I'm
unlearning
scatterbrains
language
today.
to prevent
Complete scatterbrains.
decay.
So guys, for those that don't know, late last night around 4 a.m. this morning, we became monetized. I came running it down to like congratulate people and stuff like that, but we are monetized on this channel now, so that's absolutely great. Angelina White, end of December and January, your channel will be busy, Wayne. Yeah, I believe it will be. There's a lot of things going on. I don't know about in the States right now, other than the election and all that crap that's going on. But here in Canada, there's so much going on. It's really scary. To give you an example of one thing, my daughter came home from school today, and there's a piece of paper with it, and hey Sherlock, thank you very much, my man. So what it usually said was I'm scatterbrains today. Fuck. What it said in the paper was they want proof of address, a copy of her their birth certificate, and a copy of a bill, like a hydro bill, a phone bill, something to prove their residency where we are, where they live.
It's like a bloody sports game.
I've been making babies for 21 years now.
Previously arrested for a series of
I've never in my life had to prove to a school, that they were actually born in this country, with a birth certificate, proof of address, show a bill, like power. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have 6 kids, so I would know if I've ever had to do this before. I don't know why they're doing that. Nobody knows. Everybody's kind of like, what's going on? And they're just saying it's new policies so they can prove who's living where and what. So, how do you know your information is protected? It's not. There's no way it is. So it's really just very, very attracting for vaccines. Yeah, I think you're right, Angelina. I think you're absolutely right. I think that's exactly what it is. So, I don't know. I just have, we have this really bad feeling. Everybody here in Canada has this really bad feeling that things are going to get really bad. The police are acting weird because they can sense that something's going on. Every single day, like here in Canada, holy crap, it is live. Yes, we are live. 7, we're live and we are monetized, so YouTube can start paying me for their friggin' ads. That's right, YouTube, pay up. That's all I really cared about, was making money off the ads. Like, the donations are absolutely awesome, but I just love the fact that I could sit here, talk to you guys, and YouTube pays for it. Fuck it. They deserve to pay, especially after taking down my channel for stupid shit. Yeah, so, yeah, long story short. Oh, and just before I get into that, thanks everybody that's been using the PayPal for the donations. Awesome, even better, because YouTube doesn't get shit. But it's nice that things do go through the super chat, because I can show it as an income. But here, anyways, long story short. So people are starting to feel really, really weird here in Canada. Like, really weird. There's things going on. There's things going on. There's schools are acting weird. The police are acting weird. The government is hiding stuff. The whole thing is just getting like way, way out of control. Unusual movement with military. So I don't know. We're in everybody here is kind of getting into like a bad spot. We've noticed too that grocery stores, stuff like that, carrying fewer and fewer things. So there might actually be some truth to that whole food shortage. A lot of things that are being exported and bringing into the country are now, not coming in. Tomatoes used to be this big, now they're like this big. They're now friggin' those little things. Hello, fires. If you're still using Facebook, watch Tucker. You might end your foolishness. If you still using Facebook, watch Tucker. You might end your foolishness. Well, let's check this shit out. Tucker. Like tonight's Tucker?
What makes you say that?
Well, I don't know.
Always busy on the outside, you know?
Yeah, you seem
Seems
to
like
get a
not.
lot of arguments with people.
How many times have I been to hospital for injuries from these protesters? Three times. This is my second lens.
So, for the last,
I think about 5 people have been charged with assaulting me.
this crisis,
What? Do you think that might change a person's view somewhat? Being thrown to the ground, hit on the head, phone screen smashed?
we can't comment on that. You have a big amount of people here and there, actually. But if, the left view went to an outline protest, he was like...
Yeah, I think people definitely see that you're coming into a space that is definitely like a lot more left wing. You're definitely seen as an agitator, and you're kind of setting yourself up for failure.
Okay, give me 1 second. Don't get vaccinated. Don't. Yeah.
Comment on violence. Okay.
No. Do what you think is right for yourself, because I can't give you advice, because you get charged here in Canada. But
So,
I'm not getting it.
you were saying about progressivism is rationality. You're not sure what views are. You see me at every protest.
Couldn't find you on Parlor. Okay, well, I'll get the I'll get that for you. Just give me 1 sec here. Just want to get this up and running here.
And that's when you said, well, if an alt-right protester wasn't that there, they were thrown to violence. How do we get to there?
This is 4 hours long. Why is there no audio?
Officials and his lawyers. He uses this megaphone potentially to block a peaceful transition of power. Now, Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, you have built terrifying tools of persuasion and manipulation with power far exceeding the robber barons of the last Gilded Age. You have profited hugely by strip mining data about our private lives and promoting hate speech and voter suppression. You have an immense civic and moral responsibility to ensure these instruments of influence do not irreparably harm our country. I recognize the steps. They're really baby steps that you've taken so
Why does he look
far.
like Aerosmith?
The destructive, incendiary
If Aerosmith went
misinformation
clean cut in a
is
suit.
still a scourge on both your platforms and on others. In fact, Google has been given a pass from today's hearing. It's been rewarded by this committee for its timidity,
Hey, Julie. Signal noise.
doing even less than you have done to live up to its responsibilities. The recent actions you have taken, in fact,
Okay, before we continue with that, Seven brought up a good thing here before I forget about that. Here, I don't know about, well, in Ontario anyways, in his area, and we do have one here. I don't know if it's called the same thing or not, but we do have the same thing. We have a special police force that enforces the COVID-19 rules and regulations. Think about this, people. The special police force for enforcing rules and regulations of the COVID-19 restrictions. How scary is it? This is a virus that we said that if we went on lockdown for a week, we would be good to go. We're now a year later. This is a virus that said that, this will fade out. We'll get past this in a month. Let's just go on lockdown for a month. All of a sudden, it's a year later. We're going to get things up and running again. Schools, jobs, everything's going to get back up to running. Don't worry about it. It's okay. A year later. Think about this for a second, guys. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. And they keep saying, "Oh, it's just a little bit further down the road. Don't worry, we got this going." It's just right there. It's right there. The end of the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel is just right there. Don't worry. And then you get there and it's like, yeah, it's a little bit more. And as we're walking and they're procrastinating and they're prolonging us and they're making us wait over and over and over again, What do? They strip more and more of our rights. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. See, usually, whatever happens in the States, it takes a little bit of while. It's like 2 to 3 months, and then it happens here in Canada. It's been reversed. Because what's happening now is people are losing their rights, they're losing the freedoms, and usually in a scenario like this, we're the ones that go down first. Why? Because we're more submissive as a population than the Americans. Because you're gunslinging, fighting to the end, going hard, nobody taking your freedoms and your Second Amendment and your freedom to speech and the whole 9 yards. Here in Canada, we're like, okay, sorry, did we do something wrong? Sorry. But guys, this is coming to a neighborhood near you. You might not like it. You don't need to like it, but this is coming to you. This is happening worldwide, and they've been slowly manipulating your systems, the government, everything. This is why they cannot allow Donald Trump to be your president. Because if they allow Donald Trump to be your president, what's going to happen? He's going to expose all the bullshit that's going on. Trudeau. That's Trudeau. It's going to happen. Take a look at us. Take a look at the rest of the world. If we don't start standing up now, what they did was they took out all the little people around. Now they're coming for the big people, like the United States. The one country in the world that could put an end to all this communist bullshit. They basically locked out everything else, and now they're gonna slowly come to you. What is going on here? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm at a loss for words now. Let's continue watching this because I have a funny feeling. I haven't seen this yet, but I have a funny feeling they're going to be talking about taking away big tech companies that have all the power, and they're going to want the power for themselves. Trump ain't out yet. So Wayne is true going to be the world's new leader. He can't even lead his own fucking house. He's an idiot. And I never would say that before, because the guy is actually a nice guy outside of politics. Yeah, they're all just puppets. All right, here we go.
Are simply to check the truth of what appears on platforms. Often it is voter suppression and incendiary, malicious misinformation, and try to slow its insidious spread. That's not censorship. That's moral and civic responsibility. Now, I believe, and I hope the chairman agrees, that a series of hearings on big tech is long overdue on antitrust issues, on privacy concerns, and Section 230. I have urged, in fact, a breakup of tech giants because they've misused their bigness and power. Breaking off, for example, WhatsApp and Instagram. Rigorous privacy protection, because consumers should have control over their own data. And indeed, Section 230 reform, meaningful reform, including even possible repeal in large part, because their immunity is way too broad, and victims of their harms deserve a day in court. But this hearing is certainly not the serious proceeding that we need. It may become a political sideshow, a public tar and feathering. My colleagues seem to want to ignore the foreign disinformation campaigns intended to interfere in our democracy and calls for murder.
Chuck, I believe it.
FBI Director Wray and Dr. Fauci. What we've seen here are fighting words and hate speech that certainly deserve no free expression protection.
What? Whoa. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I know it's kind of low because I don't have this this here up on the same sound as everything else. Did you guys just hear that? That's almost the same shit Trudeau said. Freedom of speech should have limits. But who dictates those limits? That's what I need to know. And who makes those limits? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? What is that? Listen to that. I'm going to just rewind this for 2 seconds here.
Of their harms deserve a day in court. But this hearing is certainly not the serious proceeding that we need. It may become a political sideshow, a public tar and feathering. My colleagues seem to want to ignore the foreign disinformation campaigns intended to interfere in our democracy and calls for murder of FBI Director Wray and Dr. Fauci. What we've seen here are fighting words and hate speech that certainly deserve no free expression protection. The fact is that the purpose of today's hearing seems as much to bully or browbeat you,
Hey, Gus.
Mr. Zuckerberg and Mr. Dorsey, from taking even more responsible action by threatening cuts to Section 230. Censorship is really a misnomer for this hearing. What you've done is to label and to fact check.
I cannot look at him like it's not
amplifying
Aerosmith.
misinformation, and
Seriously.
to, in effect, impose those labels to alert people that what they are consuming may misinform them. And Facebook took down ads for Biden in Michigan and the ACLU in Colorado for mistaken information about voting. In short, there was action that affected both sides. I have fought for Section 230 reform for 16 years, from my time as Connecticut's Attorney General, when I took on the scourge of registered sex offenders grooming children on Facebook and MySpace. With Senator Portman, I have led passage of the only successful revision so far to Section 230, the Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act, known as SESTA, and Chairman Graham and I have authored
Julie, no, the other channel's not back up
Section
yet.
230 that is actually moved out of a committee. This section, the Earn It Act, passed this committee unanimously. Change is going to come, no question.
Accountable.
Change is on the way.
I
and
agree.
I intend to bring aggressive and targeted reform to Section 230. But I am not, nor should we be on this committee, interested in being a member of the speech police. There are real harms and real victims here. And in some ways, this hearing is a betrayal of those real harms and the real victims of them. Those harms have been caused by big tech because you have failed your responsibility, as have others in this industry. I want to see real reform that will enable these abuses to be reformed, because your platforms have embraced, abused, and weaponized child predators, violent white supremacists, and human traffickers. And I've heard
Speech police. That's what he
heart-wrenching
said.
stories from victims. You've set back civil rights protections for Muslim Americans who live in fear of armed militias, organized by private online groups.
What was it? This guy is boring as parties. Mike, absolutely, he's boring as shit. I agree with you. He is the most boring person I've ever seen in my life. The problem is what he's saying, it has a lot of relevance, because so far he's talked about speech police. Kind of sounds like Nazi Germany to me, and I should know because my family's from Germany. He's talking about new rules and regulations, and these are all things that are going to affect you as an individual personally. Pick up the keywords, guys. Exactly. He's saying keywords. See, the problem is that you need to pay attention to what he's saying, and the whole thing will just fall into place. I'm watching Wayne watch. This is cool. I'm not.
You have set back consumers in competition, making that kind of antitrust action very, very important. The American public deserves and demands real reform and accountability, national consumer privacy rules, antitrust principles that curb predatory power, and reforms to Section 230 that stop shutting the courthouse door to victims. I look forward to an opportunity for real change, and I think you can meet this moment by putting your power and your money on the right side of history. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Kenny,
Thank you.
if I'm getting censored for what I just said, which was not bad, I'm leaving. What were you censored on, Kenny?
Control of the committee. Senator Brassel would be the chairman next year, and I would encourage him to have the hearings that Senator Blumenthal referenced, that this is a ongoing conversation.
I don't see anywhere where anybody took anything of yours down, Kenny.
Mr. Dorsey from Twitter, are you with us, Mr. Dorsey?
Yeah. You hear me?
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you to the members of the Judiciary Committee
He's
for
an
the
idiot.
opportunity to speak with the American people about Twitter and your concerns around censorship and suppression of a specific news article, and generally what we saw in the 2020 U.S. elections conversation. We were called here today because of an enforcement decision we made against the New York Post, based on a policy we created in 2018 to prevent Twitter from being used to spread hateful material.
Just let me make something else very clear, okay, to all the people that are really sensitive, okay. I didn't get my shit didn't show up on the screen, blah 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 blah. Okay, listen, I'm not removing anything in the chat. The moderators have been directed to not remove anything in the chat that hasn't been erased or anything like that. Google has a moderator team that is removing stuff. They're even removing moderators from channels, and they're removing subscribers from channels. So before you jump the gun and you start accusing people of certain things, make sure you ask if there was something that was done, and then that way we could check it and we can make sure that something wasn't done by accident or whatever. Because Google moderator team is literally taking things away, censoring things, and doing things. We have screenshots to prove everything we're saying here. So before people start getting all butthurt that their stuff isn't being shown or they're being censored, make sure it was one of us and not Google censor that did it. On the other side of that, you got to make sure that you read things, people. Let's just make sure we read things clearly. There's no tone of voice in a text. It's very easy to read something and construe it and think of it the wrong way. So 90% of the violence that happens is online. Why? Because it's done over text message, and people do not have that ability to see if there's sarcasm, if it was just said in a different tone. There's no tone of voice, so it's very easy to take things to heart, and it's very easy to be butthurt over things. So make sure that when someone says something like, man, you're an idiot, they're not just saying, hey, you're an idiot. That was an idiot. Or, you know what I'm saying? There's no tone of voice. So make sure when you're reading people's chats, take that extra step. Okay? Now we're done school. Everybody okay? Anybody have any questions? Want to raise your hands? Anybody? No? Forever hold your peace. Okay. One more thing before we get back into school. If you're talking to me, make sure you put @Wayne Live or put it in all caps. That way there it catches my attention and I can read it. Don't got no time. There we go. Rona, go ahead, speak to the class. Or the ass. I'll take that label. There we go. There goes Google. There we go. Here is your apple. Thank you very much. All right, are we having fun yet? Because I know this is boring as shit, but it's all relevant. I love you guys. I really do. These guys are awesome. All right, let's look at who is this? This is Twitter, is he not? I don't know his name, but I know he's Twitter. It looks like he should be on like the Lord of the Rings or something, or maybe Vikings. Maybe he has a spot on Vikings. I don't know. How do you like? Only a millionaire, somebody with shitloads of money, would be able to wear a friggin', $5,000 suit, have a beard like that and a nose ring, and look like Frodo with a business haircut. Just saying. Wayne ignores me all the time. No, I don't. No, I don't. I just read it. There we go. Ghost, Wayne. That is Jack Dorsey. Yes, from Twitter, eh? Gary Impala says, Wayne, why the crappy quality tonight? Because it can't be high class all the time? I don't know. Maybe your internet sucks? Maybe my internet sucks? Or maybe YouTube is throttling us. Could be a combination of all that. Kenny, easy with your violent offenses speech. What? Kenny, I did not swear. Well, here's the thing, Kenny. We don't make the rules. That's the whole point of what we do here is we don't make the rules, right? We're here to expose the fact that we're being censored by big tech and big companies. So if you're getting censored by big tech and the big companies, it's kind of what we're doing here. We're exposing the fact that everything's going to shit. So don't get mad at other people. Can you play nice with the rest of the class, or are you going to be put on a timeout? Okay? All right. Studio says, I'm just kidding. I still love you. Kenny's new here. He's from out of town. He's been here for a couple of months now. And he's going to be your new classmate, guys. So let's welcome Kenny. Hi, Kenny. Kenny, did you bring something for show and tell today? Is there anything you want to tell the class? Queen Loyal, how you doing, my dear? All right, let's get back into it before I go crazy reading the chat.
This resulted in us blocking people from sharing a New York Post article, publicly or privately. We made a quick interpretation, using no other evidence, that the materials in the article were obtained through hacking, and according to our policy, we blocked them from being spread. Upon further consideration, we admitted this action was wrong and corrected it within 24 hours. We informed the New York Post of our error and policy update and how to unlock their account by deleting the original violating tweet, which freed them to tweet the exact same content and news article again. They chose not to, instead insisting we reverse our enforcement action. We did not have a practice around retroactively overturning prior enforcements. This incident demonstrated that we needed one, and so we created one we believe is fair and appropriate. I hope this illustrates the rationale behind our actions and demonstrates our ability to take feedback, admit mistakes, and make changes, all transparently to the public. We acknowledge there are still concerns around how we moderate content, and specifically our use of Section 230. 3 weeks ago, we proposed 3 solutions to address the concerns raised, and they all focus on services that decide to moderate or remove content. It could be expansions to Section 230, new legislative frameworks, or a commitment to industry-wide self-regulation best practices.
Hey, Sherlock.
Requiring 1,
Just remove that comment, please.
To be published. 2, a straightforward process to appeal decisions. And 3, best efforts around algorithmic choice are suggestions to address the concerns we all have going forward. And they're all achievable in short order. It's critical as we consider these solutions, we optimize for new
Good
startups
blind dude.
and independent developers. Doing so ensures a level playing field that increases the probability of competing ideas to help solve problems going forward. We mustn't entrench the largest companies any further. Finally, before I close, I wanted to share some reflections on what we saw during the US presidential election. We focused on addressing attempts to undermine civic integrity, providing informative context, and product changes to encourage greater conversation. We updated our civic integrity policy to address misleading or disputed information that undermines confidence in the election, causes voter intimidation or suppression or confusion about how to vote, or misrepresents affiliation or election outcomes. More than a year ago, the public asked us to offer additional context to help make potentially misleading information more apparent. We did exactly that, applying labels to over 300,000 tweets from October 27th to November 11th, which represented about 2.2% of all U.S. election
Blackview.
tweets. We also changed how our product works in order to help increase context and encourage more thoughtful consideration before tweets are shared broadly. We're continuing to assess the impact of these product changes to inform our long-term roadmap. Well, thank you for the time. I look forward to a productive discussion focused on solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Zuckerberg.
Thank you, Chairman Graham, Ranking Member Blumenthal, and members of the committee. At last month's hearing, I spoke about the role internet platforms play in supporting democracy, keeping people safe, and upholding fundamental values like free expression. People have deeply held beliefs about these issues and can reach very different conclusions about the right balance. We try to do what's best for our community and the world, acknowledging that there are difficult trade-offs. I believe that some of these trade-offs and decisions would be better made through a democratic process, and I look forward to discussing that today. But first, I want to update you on our efforts during the election. At Facebook, we took our responsibility to protect the integrity of this election very seriously. In 2016, we began to face new kinds of threats, and after years of preparation, we were ready to defend against them. We've built sophisticated systems to protect against election interference that combine artificial intelligence, significant human review, and partnerships with the intelligence community, law enforcement, and other tech platforms. We've taken down more than 100 networks of bad actors who are trying to coordinate and interfere globally. We established a network of independent fact-checkers that covers more than 60 languages. We made political advertising more transparent on Facebook than anywhere else, and including TV, radio, and email. And we introduced new policies to combat voter suppression and misinformation. Still, the pandemic created new challenges. How to handle misinformation about COVID and voting by mail, how to prepare people for the reality that results would take time, and how to handle if someone prematurely declared victory or refused to accept the result. So in September, we updated our policies again to reflect these realities of voting in 2020 and make sure that we were taking
He won't have to
precautions
declare war.
given
No.
these unique circumstances. We worked with local election officials to remove false claims about polling conditions that might lead to voter suppression. We partnered with Reuters and the National Election Pool to provide reliable information about results. We attached voting information to posts by candidates on both sides and additional contexts to posts trying to delegitimize the outcome. We locked down new political ads in the week before the election to prevent
Blaze, go
misleading
ahead.
claims from spreading when they couldn't be rebutted. We strengthened our enforcement against militias and conspiracy networks like QAnon to prevent them from using our platforms to organize violence or civil unrest. Altogether, I believe this was the largest election integrity effort by any private company in recent times. This is what people expect of us. And I'm glad that, from what we've seen so far, our systems performed well. But election interference remains an ongoing threat that will never fully be solved, so we continue to improve with each election. But our integrity work is really only half the story. We also ran an unprecedented civic engagement program to encourage people to take part in our democracy. We ran the largest voter information campaign in history, 140 million people visited our voting information center.
How much power
including more than
do you
33
feel
million on election
when you have
day
when you have a
we
company
estimate that we
or
helped
run a company
more than 4.5
that
million
can
people
dictate
register to vote
the outcome
and
of
helped
the
states
elections
recruit
of
100,000
the
poll
presidency
workers.
of the United States
This was
of
done in a
America?
transparent and
How much power do
nonpartisan way
you feel?
as part of our ongoing commitment to supporting the civic process. And on top of these efforts by Facebook, my wife Priscilla and I personally donated $400 million to support election officials around the country in making sure that they had the infrastructure they needed to enable everyone to.
You know, we've been sitting here, people are losing their jobs and their homes and everything, and he's getting all mad. He's like, man, me and my wife personally donated $400 million to all the stuff that's going on right now in the elections. Could you imagine? What, baby?
Are you hungry?
Am I hungry? No, I got my tea. I'm good. Thank you. Love you. Okay, you gonna get ready for bed?
Mm-hmm.
You want to say hi, everybody?
Hi.
Yeah. All right. Be good. I'll see you in a bit. Okay.
If you don't be good at it.
There you go. Love you. Sorry, guys. I lost what I was saying, so we're just gonna get back into it.
To vote safely during this pandemic. In my last testimony, I said that people would judge us by our performance during this election. And I believe that the full story is not only how we handled bad behavior on our platforms, but also how we encouraged civic engagement more broadly. I'm proud of the work we've done to support our democracy, and I look forward to discussing this. I also welcome the opportunity to discuss internet regulation. I believe we are well overdue to
Whoa. I don't know if you guys heard that. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Listen to that very, very closely. Accountability. You heard that. See, this is why it's so... They put shit like this, and they put a whole pile of shit all around it, and then they go... So... Regulation... And did anybody catch that? And then they can say, oh, guess what? We told you guys back then we were going to... No, we didn't hear that. Nobody heard that. And then it's moments like this right here. This little weasel... Look at this. I'm going to friggin' listen to that.
Full story is not only how we handled bad behavior on our platforms, but also how we encouraged civic engagement more broadly. I'm proud of the work we've done to support our democracy, and I look forward to discussing this. I also welcome the opportunity to discuss internet regulation. I believe we are well overdue to update the rules for the internet around content, elections, privacy, and data portability. There are important questions here, including who should be responsible for what people say online. For any system to work, I believe there needs to be a transparent process that people feel they can trust. And this will be difficult, especially since our country is so divided, but I believe it's the only way to address these issues for the long term.
Wow.
The challenges that we face are deeper than any one platform. They're about how we want to balance basic social equities that we all care about, like free expression, public safety, and privacy. This is why I believe we would benefit from clearer guidance from elected officials, and I look forward to discussing this today.
Well, thank you both. We'll have one round.
Okay, wow. I hope the people didn't catch on to what you just said there, Mark. Man, you let the cat out of the bag there a little bit there. Kind of letting people know that we're going to be cutting down their freedom of speech and sharing their data online. Hey, yeah. Thanks there, Mark boy. Wow. Really? Look at this shit. They're doing it right in front of us. They're doing it right in front of us. Like we're a bunch of fucking idiots. Sorry for swearing. But we're a bunch of idiots. They're doing it right in front of us. And you know what's really weird? This is what's really weird. It's already happened here in Canada. This is already happening here in Canada. It's already being done. It's all been rolled out and everything. And everybody here in Canada went, how the hell did this happen? Now that we've seen what's going on, we're watching you guys in the States, and we're going, that's how. Man, we should have been paying attention. We should have been paying attention when they're having these meetings and doing this shit. And now, us Canadians are sitting going, yeah, we know all, yeah, we've seen that. Yeah, that happened. This is some serious things. I'm going to have to watch how I say this and how I talk. I'm at a loss for words. Just read the 2030 agenda. It's outlined for all this. Yeah. Chuck says, Wayne, now that we have made our billions and it won't affect us, we can welcome regulations and turn everything over to the government. Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Now that we collected all our information, guys, thank you for tuning. I guarantee you there was like one or two people that went, whoa. And they just threw their keyboard and said, we're out of here. This is crazy.
Around in 7 minutes, but I'll, as always, try to be a little bit liberal with the time because it's a very important topic. So let's just get right into it.
He's nervous.
Mr. Dorsey, you can go first, and Mr. Zuckerberg. When you heard Senator Blumenthal's opening statement and mine, what did you get from it?
Well, I think you pointed out that we are facing something that feels impossible. We are required to help increase the health of the public conversation, while at the same time ensuring that as many people as possible can participate. And in order to do so, we need to make policies so that people feel safe and they feel free to express themselves. To minimize threats of abuse, of harassment, of misleading information, of organized campaigns to artificially amplify or influence a particular conversation. And that policy creation,
Eric, thank you very much.
It's challenging, but also it is more or less opaque to the public. And that's where I think we have a gap. We have transparency around our policies. We do not have transparency around how we operate content moderation, the rationale behind it, the reasoning. And as we look forward, we have more and more of our decisions.
I was just handing in my report. I slipped her a thumb drive.
Which have a difficult time explaining why they make decisions, bringing transparency around those decisions. And that is why we believe that we should have more choice in how these algorithms are applied to our content, whether we use them at all, so we can turn them on or off, and have clarity around the outcomes that they are projecting and how they affect our experience.
Thank you. Mr. Zuckerberg, very quickly, please. What did you hear?
Senator, I heard that there are issues around content moderation, as well as other areas. And frankly, I'm optimistic from the statements that we may be able to move forward and hopefully update some of the rules for the internet around these areas. I've been encouraging and hoping that we would do this for...
He is literally, guys, I don't know if you noticed this, okay? But Mark is literally giving us all hints. You know that, right? You know what he's doing. He's doing it on purpose. This is a guy that is he's a very vindictive kind of guy, and he, regardless to what we think of him, he is extremely intelligent. And what he's doing right now is he's literally giving us all hints on what's happening. He keeps repeating the same thing bluntly. Rules of the internet, regulations, and this and that. He keeps openly saying it. Not, rules and regulations that apply to my platform that affects the rest of the world. He keeps addressing the fact that there is an agenda that's going to come, basically like China. They'll turn it off and on, and things can't get out. And you know what I really find really funny is that Google got a pass and didn't have to show up at this event or this thing. YouTube, is run by Google. Google search engine, everything. Why is it that Google, the very platform that we're using right now, gets a pass? That should be something that people should be worried about.
For a couple of years, and from your opening statements, it sounds like there may be now enough common ground on views that real progress can be made here.
So from my point of view, the question for us is, when it comes time to flag content as being reliable or not reliable, do either one of you believe that the government should do that? Is that a solution where the government sets a regulatory
Exactly,
scheme
Joe Smith.
that talks about what should be up and what should be down?
I don't believe so. I think that would be very challenging.
Okay. Do you agree with that, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Senator, for certain types of illegal content, I think it may be appropriate for there to be clear rules around that. But outside of clear harms, including things like child exploitation in areas like that, terrorism, I would agree with your sentiment that that's not something that government should be deciding on a piece of content.
Now, exactly what I was just saying, Chuck. You know people because of your profession and stuff like that. If you look at Twitter man here, okay? You look at him. When they ask him a question, he's like, yeah, okay. And then they cut him off and he's just like, okay. Well, you look at Mark. You look at this guy, and he's like, well, you know what? His microphone is loud. His demeanor is loud. He's standoffish, and he doesn't have a problem saying, no, you shouldn't have right to do that. You look. We're going to rewind it for 2 seconds here. You look at how Twitter's CEO is acting towards his questions. He's very docile, very low. He's very okay, yeah. And then you look at what Mark is doing, and Mark is like, "Hey, yeah, so we're gonna implement those rules on regulations for the internet. We're gonna do that, so everybody can hear in the room." And then turn around and like, I'm not sticking up for the guy. I think he's, there's a lot of things about him I think he's a piece of shit. But this is a guy that has no problem stealing his company from people he knows, building it on the back of people. He feels so important to... Yeah, exactly, Chuck. Exactly, 100%. So look at what is going on. I'm getting so frustrated with these tech platforms and publishers choose. Adults don't need censorship, period. I'm having a beer. I totally agree with you. So just look at the demeanor. Totally different. And he took over Instagram. He took over WhatsApp. Like, this is a guy that's just like, he has no problem going to battle. And to go to battle, what's he doing? He's outing the government. So what he says is very crucial to the events that are going to be taking place and coming up in the next couple months or a year or so. It's very, very crucial. He's giving hints. Whether he wants to or not, he's subconsciously saying, oh, hey, guys, and he's blurting it out. Listen to him.
By piece of content basis.
So if we take the government out of the picture, at least in non-criminal areas, should we leave it up to the industry to come up with best business practices in terms of how to moderate content?
I think that's best. I think we need to align around the problem that we're trying to solve. And there are many solutions to solving those problems. But I think we also have to focus our efforts on what is going to have the greatest impact. And we believe that the greatest impact is going to be found in how we deal with algorithms, how we use those algorithms, because they are responsible for showing us what we see or what we don't see. And there needs to be more choice in their use.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Zuckerberg?
Exactly right, Chuck.
Senator, I think that there is a role for regulation in the process, even if not defining on a piece of content by piece of content basis. And one of the areas that I've advocated for is regulation around transparency that goes beyond just about what the policies are and what the process is, but also goes towards results. And as an example of this, every quarter, Facebook releases a community standards enforcement report. It's basically a transparency report that breaks down each category of potentially harmful content that we track, ranging from terrorism to child exploitation content to incitement of violence to pornography to intellectual property violations.
Yes, if I may, I don't mean to interrupt, but who sets those community standards? How are they set by the company?
Senator, we have a policy team that consults with a number of different stakeholders.
You know what I find? I just have to pause it. You know what I really find? I just realized. You know what I just realized? That as long as the people, right, adults, you and me, adults, doesn't matter what country you're in right now, you are free to speak in any way you want. You can read, you can talk. If we have a barbecue, we can say whatever we want at the barbecue. We can have a beer. We can sit there and shoot the shit, trash whoever we want, say whatever we want, right? But if you do it online, where other people can hear your opinion and relate to your opinion and relate to your situation and get together and form a community to fight the government and the bullshit that they're doing, they don't like that. They don't like that at all. Because there's so much corruption in the government that they don't want it exposed. They don't want it to be, they don't want anybody to really see it. They know that it gets out and then you say it and I say it. Person over here says it, and by the time it's said and done, by the time it gets brought up to them, like, hey, we already fixed that problem, like 3-4 months ago, a year ago. It's all good. This is old news. Oh, okay. But the moment a company gets too big to a point where that people can communicate in one click to thousands of people or reach millions of people with a post or a video or something like that says, hey, did you guys happen to see what the government is doing right now? And where millions of people could show up and vote and say, no, we don't want that. That goes against our rights, and we're not going to be allowing that to happen in our society. Then the government says, oh, wait a minute, no, we want to regulate that information. We can't allow you to have that kind of freedom of speech. We can't allow you to make those decisions on your own. We have to moderate that. If the company that is going to allow you to communicate with everybody won't censor you, then we will. Funny how that is, eh? So, note to self, if you decide to start a company and that company gets really, really powerful, be prepared for the government to take it from you if you turn around and end up in a position where you can influence or talk or reach to millions of people. You're right, you can do it sincerely because there is no strength there, but there is strength in numbers. Absolutely. That's why all of their efforts at this time are to divide us. Exactly. So they know that big tech companies, don't you find this a little weird, people? Big tech companies, they knew that the people were coming together. They were exposing what was going on. People were seeing what was going on. So what do? They divide us. They segregate everybody. They take your rights away by a pandemic. And now just happens to be the time when the government's saying, hey, big tech, stop doing what you're doing. So not only did they take your freedom of movement away, your freedom to speak, they're dividing the nation. Your elections are messed up. All of that said and done, and now they're like, okay, now that you're stuck at home, guys, because we locked you in your house from COVID, and you can't go out anywhere, you can't speak to more than 10 people at a time, well, we sure to hell don't want you reaching out on the internet and talking to people. That's not going to happen. So, big tech, time to shut your shit down. Weird, eh? I don't see me being up very much longer after I start talking about this. Why did they implement the censorship plan in September then? Obviously, they are all in on it. Yeah. And don't forget about Soros and Gates. Exactly. They can do anything they want to one or two or a few people, and there isn't shit that you can do about it. Exactly. But if you turn around and you're going up against a mob, It's like, and a perfect example of that kind of stuff that's going on. Here, listen, look at this. A perfect example is the streets. Let's use that as a metaphor right now. If you have two people out in the streets duking it out, what's going to happen? Cops are going to show up and going to arrest these guys, right? You show up with 1,000 people, guess what the cops do? Wow, we're just going to let it die out. Meanwhile, people are getting hurt. People are getting killed. Businesses are getting looted, and they're just like, well... And that's what the government's facing right now, is the people uniting and people exposing the truth and all the shit that's happening. Like, why isn't that we don't hear anything about Hunter Biden's laptop anymore or Hunter Biden's shit anymore? We don't hear any of that. That was just all a big ploy to divide everybody. Black Lives Matter. Look at the protests. Gone. There's no protests anywhere anymore. Why? Because the elections are done. Now it's all about fighting in the courts. It doesn't matter what happens in the streets. Votes are in, apparently. Even from dead people. So they don't care about that shit anymore. There's no point in causing chaos in the streets. Why? Because it's all going to be fought in courts now. People that can be bought off and manipulated and intimidated. And now the only other thing that we have as individuals, as civilians, is our social media platforms. And look what happened there.
And outside groups to make sure that we're getting feedback from broad swaths of our community on all of the concerns.
Is that publicly known?
Senator, I believe so. And our head of content policy has testified publicly multiple times.
Okay. So when it comes to fact checking, would you give us a list of the people you use to fact check?
Senator, yes. We work with a number of independent organizations that are accredited by the Poynter Institute, and they include Reuters, the Associated Press, Agence France Presse United States, USA Today, factcheck.org, Science Feedback, PolitiFact, Check Your Fact, Lead Stories, and The Dispatch in the United States.
Okay, I think it's important for the public to know who sets community standards, how they're set, who does the fact checking, who you rely upon to do that. I think that would go a long way to people having a better understanding of the decisions you make. Mr. Zuckerberg, do you believe your product can be addictive?
Exactly, Chuck.
Senator, we certainly do not design the product in that way. We design the product to be as useful and meaningful as possible.
That's not my question. My question is that there seems to be an ample body of growing medical evidence that social media sites have an addictive nature to them. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I don't think they're...
You know why they have an addictive nature to them? It's because when the only source of information you have that's going on with your government or your society and the people around you happens to be the government that's feeding you the horse shit and calling it chocolate pudding or giving you a slice of that pie that's nice and it's all shit on the inside, it's the government, the mainstream media. Like, look at what they've been doing. Look what the mainstream media did to the elections. And then he's going to say, well, why is it that your platforms are so addictive? Well, maybe it's because it's the only place you can fucking get the truth nowadays. Just saying. Like, again, sorry for swearing. But maybe it's the only place you can get the truth. Maybe that's what's so addictive, is the fact that people are like, wow, really? Really? The government's doing this? I didn't really know that. Can we fact check that? Yeah, we can. Look, here it is. Oh, really? Do you have video or proof of that? Yeah, here we got drone footage, pictures, this, that. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, yeah, that's where I want to go for my news. That's where I want to go to get my information. Yeah, there's a lot of horse shit out there, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on out there that, just doesn't make sense, and a lot of people that are going to be, throwing crap in the mix of it. But at the very least, though, you get to make friends and you get to find out who's genuine and who's fake, just like we have in here in the chat. You get to know who's who and who's the shit disturber and who's not. And now we have our nice little community here. We get to see when someone comes into the chat that's just trying to cause shit. Being it's like that outsider coming into a herd. You get to know whether they're either going to be a part of what's going on or they're going to be a shit disturber, and then they end up getting the boot. But then what it does is it breaks down all the crap, and then we have, 50, 60, 100 people, 200, 1,000 people that literally can count on each other and say, hey, I don't know if there's anything going on in Washington, D.C. right now. They're saying that there's riots and burnings. Can anybody confirm that? Hey, yeah, I live 3 blocks from there. Let me go check. Oh, yeah, it's happening. Nope, that guy's full of crap. Okay, cool. We don't need to wait for this, the news to come on at 6 for them to feed us horse crap. That's why the news isn't out there. The news wouldn't make any money on the truth. But they can't say or spin it any other way because there's too many cameras out on the streets. That's why the media is not out there. Why do you think CNN and Fox News and all those people aren't out there streaming? It's because they have phones. They could not wear the big Fox logo so they don't get beat up by rioters and stuff like that. They could be driving around in their trucks, but they're not. Because they can't spin it the way that they need to make the money and to get people's attention. So because there's too many cameras out there spitting out the truth. Just too many. It's just not happening. So, hey Wayne, how everyone? So that's my take on it. I don't know. I'm just a Canadian. What do I know? Oh, and the other thing is, I keep getting emails of. It's so disgraceful that I'm sitting here talking about what's going on in the United States and that I'm a disgrace, that I'm making money off this fact that, people, the chaos that's going on in the States. Well, guess what? I'm not the one that's making the chaos in the streets. I'm just reporting what's going on in the States, and I'm using all the necessary tools I have to be able to get it out to people. I don't get what these people that are literally sitting there saying, all this other crap. It's sickening. Let's get back into this here.
The research has been conclusive, but it is an area that we care about and study. We certainly do not want our products to be addictive. We want people to use them because they're meaningful. And we take steps to make sure that this is the case. So, for example, we don't give the team that's running Newsfeed a goal around how much time people spend on our products, which goes counter to a lot of the memes and misinformation out there around how we operate. But my goal is to help people connect and find content and interactions that are going to be meaningful to them on our service. And our view is that if that's what we deliver over the long term and people find the services useful, then they'll use them more. But I don't think that companies should be optimizing to just encourage people to spend as much time as possible on them.
Well, time's about up. Have you seen the movie Social Dilemma?
Rona, I'll check.
Senator, I'm familiar with it.
Okay, have you seen it, Mr.
Seymour,
Wilson?
hey, how you doing? I didn't see it, I'm sorry.
No, I have not.
I would encourage both of you to see it. So here's what I think we're going to do on the committee.
He's telling them to watch the movie called Social Dilemma. Is that a movie on Netflix or something, or Apple TV? I'll have to check that out, because I'm going to watch that.
Over time, I hope, is to ask the question more directly, are these social media sites addictive? Do they have a public health component that needs to be addressed?
Are these social media sites addictive, and do they have, a health, whatever you just said, that should be addressed? You know what I think is addictive? Tim Hortons coffee. I think there's a health component in there, and they should be held accountable. Why is it that I always need their coffee? Oh, probably because it's just good. Maybe because the information you get from these platforms seems to be good. These politicians just do not know shit.
For years, we thought tobacco was a great thing. We found out tobacco was not such a great thing. The medical
kind of like the government
science around these websites are becoming very concerning to me, particularly among children, and that you can manipulate how many times you watch.
Sorry, I keep interrupting it, but I really find it funny that he sits there and he sits there and goes, I really find it funny, that these sites are, doing what they're doing. And, I'm kind of concerned about the children that are being exploited on these platforms and stuff like that. Excuse me. I wish I was there. I'd be like, excuse me. Did anybody check out the stuff that's been going on? What was that island that all the politicians were going to with the miners? And I'm bad with names tonight. And who was that guy that was getting the young underage girls to massage him? Wasn't he a part of your crew too? So yeah, I find it very interesting that the government, which we trusted for so many years, and has all of this stuff that addictive stuff that we just kind of watch, and you're making a Epstein exactly, sits there and is like, we should take that vaccine, which you have no right to force anybody to take, but you're going to force people to take it. So we're finding all this corruption in your system. Maybe you should clean up the dog shit in your own backyard before you start jumping into somebody else's. Like, seriously. And then the fact that you bring up kids, hello Hollywood, hello government, like, really? And then you're gonna sit there and use those points to try to dictate and to censor and to take control of other companies based on those points. Clean your, what do they say? Don't throw stones when you live in a glass house or something like that. There you go. Absolutely ridiculous. And he sits up there on his Graham sits there on his chairman, on his nice big chair, acting like he's all king shit. Everything. We are sheep being led. Yeah. Hey Wayne, this is a repeat of the Night of the Dead. Yeah, no kidding. Exactly, 390 Duke. Exactly, that's exactly what it is. But there's key things in here that are really interesting. Don't throw rocks at glass houses. Well, that's the only houses you should. Never mind.
And you can set these media sites up so that people will constantly interact. So to both of you, I appreciate coming before the committee. We've got a long way to go. I don't think the government needs to regulate what we think or what we say, but we've got to up our game here. And I'll end with this last question. Do both of you support change to 230, reform of Section 230?
Beef and chicken. No, I'm not mad.
Senator, I do.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Blumenthal?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let me bring this down to very practical terms. We're in the middle of another election. This election in Georgia could determine, in fact, which party controls the United States Senate. I'm concerned that both of your companies are in fact backsliding or retrenching, that you are failing to take action against dangerous disinformation, exactly the same kind of voter suppression tactics that existed in the last election, and that you are in fact reducing content modification. The fighting words and hate speech in the last election could inflame violence and send poll workers into hiding, discourage people from coming to the polls. We have to expect the same kinds of malign tactics. In fact, they are already visible, and I'm going to ask, Mr. Chairman,
just me writing articles about
these
trucking.
posts and tweets be entered into the record, if there's no objection, that are aimed at delegitimizing the election in January.
So what I'm going to...
My question to you is, will you commit to the same kind of robust content modification playbook in this coming election, including fact-checking, labeling, reducing the spread of misinformation, and other steps, even for politicians, in the runoff elections ahead?
Senator, our policy is to have a similar approach in the upcoming Georgia special elections that we took during the general election.
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes, we do. We intend to learn from all of our experience with this election and bring all that learning going forward to make it more robust.
during the past election, there was rampant disinformation on social media in Spanish-speaking sites, repeating QAnon conspiracies and false claims of election rigging. In my view, you need to do better. Will you commit to taking steps to improve content modification for Spanish-speaking communities before the Georgia runoff?
What? Did I just hear that right? Okay, did I just hear that right? Content moderating for the Spanish community? Did he just say that? Hold on. He did not just say that.
On and worked on ahead of the general election. We have multiple fact checkers who focus on the Spanish
way, and as I've indicated, I've seen a backsliding and retrenchment that is very deeply troubling, that have enabled the spread of this disinformation, the restarting of certain algorithms, for example, that promote or amplify misinformation is very, very troubling. And I think I want to know within a week what additional steps we're taking to enhance the efforts to stop this kind of amplification and spread. Let me ask about Facebook community standards, which ban language that, quote, incites or facilitates serious violence. As you know, on November 5th, Steve Bannon, in a Facebook Live video, called for beheadings of Dr. Fauci and FBI Director Wray for not acting more favorably toward President Trump. Twitter banned Bannon for these remarks. You removed the video, Mr. Zuckerberg, but on Thursday you reportedly told Facebook employees that Bannon had not violated enough policies that he should be banned from Facebook. My question to you is, how many times has Steve Bannon allowed the call for the murder of government officials before Facebook suspends his account?
Senator, as you say, the content in question did
Well, here's my question. If someone's calling for the murder of somebody else, why the hell are you leaving it up to the social media platforms to deal with this shit? Isn't that conspiracy to commit murder? Shouldn't the FBI or the law enforcement be dealing with this shit? Why aren't you just deleting their stuff? Oh yeah, that's going to stop the fact that this person wants to kill these individuals. At least they're doing it in plain sight so people could say, okay, we're going to have a problem here, guys. You know, go deal with that guy. You know, the guy that wants to kill these people, let's go deal with them. Be happy that they're doing it out on social media platforms. Be happy that, like, man, I'm bad tonight with names. You know, serial killer, Manson. Imagine if Manson had Facebook back then and he was like, helter skelter, blah, 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 and death to all these people, and we're going to do this tonight. Guess what would happen? Police would have went and arrested him. Why? So apparently, what happens whenever a guy or a wife gets on Facebook and says, I want to behead my ex-wife, or I want to behead my ex-husband? Nothing happens to them? Police don't show up and say, hey, you're kind of breaking the law there. But let's blame Facebook in that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not standing up for big tech companies. I think they're pieces of shit. But you see what I'm saying, though? Like, where the hell is, like, what the fuck is going on here? It's they need to blame the big tech companies so that they could take control of the big tech companies instead of just going out and dealing with the issue of that individual calling for the murder of another individual. They're literally just saying, no, okay, we're going to deal with that, but we want the platform that's spreading this information. That's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Now, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But I just think that maybe if the guy is take our speech Well, yeah, exactly. So you're going to punish everybody for the fact that one individual is a lunatic.
Violate our policies and we took it down. Having a content violation does not automatically mean your account gets taken down, and the number of strikes varies depending on the type of offense. So if people are posting terrorist content or child exploitation content, then the first time that they do it, then we will take down their account. For other things, it's multiple. I'd be happy to follow up afterwards. We try not to disclose these.
Down his account.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Will you commit to taking down that account, Steve Bannon's account?
Senator, no, that's not what our policies would suggest that we should do in this case.
According to the internal records that are on the record now, leaked by NBC News, Facebook has removed
fake Facebook. Did you hear that? So according to mainstream media,
fact checks and forgiven infractions for conservative pages and pundits such as Breitbart, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and Gateway Pundit, based on a fear of accusations of bias. Has Facebook avoided penalizing or fact-checking conservative pages that had violated its policies based on concerns of political bias and allegations of bias?
Wild.
Senator, no, we haven't done that. And I think that those reports mischaracterize the actions that we take. I'm not aware of any instance where we have overturned a fact check specifically. And certainly no action like that would be taken for the reasons that you're saying. What we do sometimes is apply some judgment on
simple solution.
Whether the repeat offender
email me
policies would render too harsh of a penalty, but that's different from overturning a specific fact check, and is not done for the reasons that you said.
Well, I'm very concerned that, in fact, Facebook seems to have a record of making accommodations and caving to conservative pressure, and the president has tried to use an executive order on Section 230 to again bully or browbeat and exert pressure on
Senator,
you
can I crawl
and
under your
others
desk?
in this industry. They're, in effect, working the rest, and they're winning. Let me ask you about antitrust issues. In 2013, Facebook bought Onavo, which is a virtual private records network that claimed to protect users' privacy. In fact, Onavo's access to private information about its users provided Facebook with unparalleled ability to track potential competition. I want to know whether Facebook used data from Onavo when it decided to purchase WhatsApp in 2014.
Senator, I believe that data from Onavo was one of the sources that the team looked at, but I don't think it would have taken using Onavo to understand that WhatsApp was a great product. And I don't think that was determinative in my decision to pursue that.
Well, in fact, the House antitrust report says Onavo data was used to determine whether WhatsApp was, quote, killing Facebook Messenger, end quote. My time has almost expired, but let me just say finally that antitrust action by the Federal Trade Commission is long overdue. I believe that decisive action is necessary, including very likely breaking up Facebook as a remedy. All options ought to be on the table, including divestment of Instagram and WhatsApp. The FTC ought to impose strict conditions on how Facebook uses consumer data and competes with rivals, because the abuse of competition must end. Mr. Chairman, I asked for 3 letters
Yeah,
from
there is like
civil rights groups
nothing going
regarding
on.
disinformation and hate speech
The only
on
thing that's going
Twitter,
on
Facebook,
right
and
now,
YouTube,
as I'll show you.
and also a letter from Coalition of Children's Protection Advocates on the Internet Act and child sexual abuse material on digital platforms be entered into the record.
Oh, hold on a
Thank you
second.
both for being here today.
Without
Thank you, Mr.
objection, Senator Cornyn.
Give me 1 sec here. I might have something.
Chairman,
I didn't see
Well-
my.
I'm glad to hear both of our witnesses today say that Section 230, that they are open to reform, because I think it's fair to say the internet has outgrown Section 230. And while we've made some modifications when it comes to terrorism and when it comes to child exploitation, I think there's more to do. But I think the question is going to be regulation.
Canal de Marcos y Fuentes, ¿no?
There's some, including on this committee, who suggest that maybe we ought to create a private right of action.
I got
so that
a feed.
individuals can sue over claims of violated rights on your platform.
I could pause this. We can come back to this if you guys want to see something here. So I got a feed here in Peru that's going on right now.
Responda Marcos y Fuentes. Estoy regresando, madre.
They're ripping that place apart right now.
¿Cómo quieren que haga? O sea, no hay taxi, no hay nada.
Tucker, Fox News. Okay, let me see what's going on there.
Caminar, pues.
I'm gonna keep this.
Todos acá. Todo lo que ocasiona la corrupción, ocasiona violencia, ocasiona desorden. Mi amigo no sé dónde está, no sé dónde está. Creo que vio eso,
Actually.
tomó una foto y se fue corriendo.
No matter how worried you are about big tech, I'm deeply concerned.
Hold on.
They have decided to skip today's spectacle and fold the laundry or call your in-laws instead, and we don't judge you for that. Previous hearings on big tech have not produced a lot. Elderly senators who can't manage to send their own text messages, wagging their fingers in the face of sneering billionaire tech oligarchs from San Francisco, all of whom seem to understand that no matter what happens inside the hearing room, they'll get to continue doing whatever they want to do because they've got all the money. We've seen that a number of times. It seems pointless. In fact, it seems insulting to the rest of us. And in the end, today's hearings may prove just as pointless. We'll find out. But for one brief moment today, you got the feeling that maybe actual progress was being made. Maybe the good guys might not be entirely lame. That moment came when Senator Josh Hawley asked Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, about an internal tool that his company has developed called Centra. Hawley knew about Centra because a whistleblower told him. They told him how it works. Facebook employees use Centra to spy on users, even when those users are not using Facebook. Centra gives Facebook access to troves of personal data, including the pages users visit and the accounts they have linked to Facebook. You didn't know about this because all of it happens in secret. It's probably not even legal. So today at the hearings, Josh Hawley confronted Mark Zuckerberg about this. And here's how it went.
Centra is a tool that Facebook uses to track its users not just on Facebook, but across the entire internet. Centra tracks different profiles that a user visits, their message recipients, their linked accounts, the pages they visit around the web. Mr. Zuckerberg, how many accounts in the United States have been subject to review and shut down through Centra?
Senator, I do not know because I'm not actually familiar with the name of that tool. I'm sure that we have tools that help us with our platform and community integrity work, but I am not familiar with that name.
Do you have a tool that does exactly what I've described and that you can see here over my shoulder? Or are you saying that that doesn't exist?
Senator, I'm saying that I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, he's lying.
I'm not familiar with it, Senator.
He's lying.
But hold on a second, Mark Zuckerberg. You run the company. You started it. And Centra sounds like a pretty big deal. Are you saying that Centra doesn't exist?
Yep.
Well, no. It turns out that's not what they're saying. Just hours ago, a Facebook spokesperson admitted to Fox News that Centra is indeed real. And according to that spokesperson, Centra is, quote, used to centralize and aid investigations into complex subjects like coordinated inauthentic behavior, end quote. coordinated inauthentic behavior. Hard to pronounce, you may never have heard of it. It's otherwise known as astroturfing. That's the process of creating fake grassroots political movements, sometimes by foreign governments. It's something the left claims to be very concerned about. In other words, censure is yet another long-term consequence of the Russia hoax. So Adam Schiff gets hysterical about
Beefy
Vladimir
Productions.
Putin, and then Facebook gets to spy
That
on
guy,
him
how you
without
doing,
their
that
knowledge,
guy?
and then sell the data they gather.
Sherlock.
Perfect. But somehow Mark Zuckerberg, who runs the company, said he had no idea it was going on. And censure wasn't the only secret internal data gathering tool that Zuckerberg claimed to be ignorant of. Senator Hawley also asked him about another internal Facebook program called Tasks. According to Senator Hawley's whistleblowers, Tasks allows Facebook's censorship teams to, quote, communicate with their counterparts at Twitter and Google, and then enter those companies' suggestions for censorship onto the Task platform so that Facebook can then follow up with them and effectively coordinate their censorship efforts. Got that? They're all in it together. The tech companies amount to a censorship cartel. Mark Zuckerberg did not deny this. Instead, he conceded it would be, quote, probably pretty normal for people to talk to their peers in the industry. And so, yes, it is all real. Silicon Valley acts as one. The tech oligarchs join forces to censor their political opponents. You may be one of them. You weren't being paranoid to worry about this. You were absolutely right.
There
Is
we
the hair on your
go.
arm standing up yet? Chris Coons isn't worried. He was thrilled to hear it. He wants more. Coons is a senator from Delaware. He's a former Joe Biden staffer, actually. The press routinely describes Chris Coons as moderate, not because of what he says, but because of how he says it. Chris Coons is boring, therefore he must be reasonable. That's the thinking. But in fact, Chris Coons is not reasonable. He is a power-hungry lunatic who doesn't believe in the First Amendment. Of course, Chris Coons went to Yale Law School. Ever notice how no one who went to Yale Law School acknowledges the Bill of Rights? What's their constitutional law class like at Yale Law School? We should find out.
Exactly.
Watch Chris Coons push Mark Zuckerberg in the hearings today for even more censorship. According to Chris Coons, there's not enough.
You do, Mr. Dorsey, have policies against deep fakes or manipulated media, against COVID-19 misinformation, against things that violate civic integrity, but you don't have a standalone climate change misinformation policy. Why not? Helping to disseminate climate denialism, in my view,
Thank you very much for
further
the donation
facilitates
there.
and accelerates
Accountable.
one of the greatest existential threats to our world.
So that was to Jack Dorsey, who runs Twitter. And Chris Coons' point was really simple. People who disagree with Chris Coons are, quote, an existential threat to our world. They must be silenced. So who are these people that Chris Coons doesn't believe should be allowed to speak in public? Well, plenty of them would be credentialed scientists who might have legitimate questions about Chris Coons' global warming theories. Chris Coons is a lawyer who spent the last 20 years in government. Everything he knows about climate, he learned from an issue of the Atlantic magazine he picked up at the airport newsstand.
Wow.
Chris Coons is a non-expert, if there ever was one. But under the standard he is demanding, and demanded today in Congress, the social media monopolies would censor anyone who questions his shallow, silly views on one of the most complex areas of known science. That is not a moderate position. It is authoritarianism, and there's a huge cost to the rest of us. This is censorship. Censorship doesn't simply kill expression, though it does.
Exactly.
Censorship kills thinking
I hear you, Tom.
and innovation and wisdom. Censorship inexorably leads to self-censorship. People quickly learn what they're allowed to express and what they're allowed to believe, and so they stop asking questions, even of themselves. Their minds become narrower, they stop creating, art dies, banality takes its place, science, which depends on free inquiry, becomes impossible. Does that sound familiar to you? It's where we are right now. But that's not a problem for people like Chris Coons. His main concern is how to
I find his name very racist.
Coons would be delighted with a country that cannot think for itself, a nation of passive consumers that takes its orders from tech oligarchs and quants in the finance world. Shut up and obey, or we will make you be quiet. That's the message they're sending, collectively. A lot of us expected something different to happen. The election is over. The billionaire party got what it wanted. So why can't they take the boot off our neck? No chance. They're just getting started. In the past 2 weeks, corporate America has rushed to consolidate its control over information and dissent in this country. We could give you countless examples of that. Here are a few. The email delivery service MailChimp announced it is refusing to provide service, email, to the Northern Virginia Tea Party. Why? The company cites potential misinformation. Turns out the Tea Party had attempted to notify its members about a recount rally by email, but that's not allowed anymore. MailChimp banned them along with other conservative organizations. They're not allowed to use email. PayPal and Airbnb have done the same thing. They've taken down accounts belonging to conservatives because they don't like the message. But the message they're sending is really simple. If you want to live a normal life here, send an email, transfer money, rent an apartment, you had better be on the right side. How is that different from what happens in China? Call us and let us know if you can spot the difference. We can. Abigail Schreier, who we talked to yesterday on the show, got an unexpected PhD in political repression recently. Amazon cut off advertisements for her book. The book's on the huge spike in transgender identification among teenage girls. It's a real thing. She wanted to know why it was happening. So she
Next
tried to
2K
explain
Live,
it. That's not
420.
allowed. Target
G'day,
banned her
g'day.
book completely for a time. A lawyer at the ACLU, which of course used to defend civil liberties, cheered that decision and said the book should be burned. Meanwhile, in a story very few saw, a major video game company, Ubisoft, erased a voice actor called Helen Lewis from one of its titles, retroactively. They erased her from the picture, as the Soviets once did. What was her crime? Well, she wrote a forum post that anonymous people on the internet felt was transphobic. And so for that, Ubisoft decided that she should never work again.
Beefy Productions, that's the kind of stuff that's going to trigger that algorithm to come on over here, and people are going to get the wrong idea. So I don't know if you're just trying to get a message out there or if you're just trying to cause attention to the channel, but knock it off.
Anywhere. Even her voice was too offensive for the rest of us to hear. The mob then went to work trying to destroy Gina Carano. She's an actress who plays a character called Cara Dune in the TV series The Mandalorian. When she criticized mask mandates and, quote, preferred pronouns, they decided she needed to be fired.
Yeah,
Where's this coming from? Almost nobody likes it.
You see right there, that's what I'm talking about. Repeated. There you go. I was just gonna give him a timeout, but I think that's good enough. See, that's kind of shit right there. People are they'll come in, they'll start dropping shit like that, and then it causes the system to flag our channel. And then one, it'll stop people from seeing what we're doing, and two, it causes a real live person to come in here and try to see what's going on and then shut us down or whatever. So that kind of stuff right there, like literally, come on, not cool, not cool at all.
Almost no American supports it. Corporations are behind it, all of it. And the point is not to help anyone, much less you. Let's be clear about that. The point is to establish control. They know that they can dictate what you have the right to say about trans rights or mask mandates. They can dictate what you can say about anything. That's unprecedented power. No one in this country has ever had that power.
He was just calling for the destruction of all the major platforms.
When they're running the government, which they may soon be.
The CEOs.
Take a look at the people Joe Biden wants to install in the White House in January. So far, Biden has hired a former pharmaceutical and insurance industry lobbyist called Steve Ricchetti to be his chief counselor. He's hired a venture capital executive with close ties to big tech called Ron Klain to be his chief of staff. Biden's deputy chief of staff apparently will be a woman called Jen O'Malley Dillon. She co-founded a consulting company that represented Big Pharma. Biden also, we learned today, is bringing on Louisiana lawmaker Cedric Richmond. Richmond has been a reliable ally of the fossil fuel industry, which, by the way, is quite political these days and not conservative. Time to update your perceptions on that. Richmond has received more money from the oil and gas industry than virtually anyone else in Congress. So corporations are getting more control. And once they run everything, they will control what you say. Where does that leave the politicians and the career bureaucrats? Well, it leaves them free to play the role of petty tyrant, of course, something that they have always wanted, fulfilling their personal desires to impose their will on the rest of us. In the state of Michigan, the poor people who live there learned, Governor Whitmer relishes telling her constituents whether they can hold Thanksgiving dinner. And if they do, she said on Sunday, they're essentially killing people.
If you are considering spending Thanksgiving with people outside of your household, I urge you to reconsider. And I hate to say it, but we know that some people will gather anyway. And odds are that some of these gatherings will spread COVID and contribute to the loss of loved ones.
Oh, I hate to say it. Well, there's the falsest phrase ever uttered by an American politician. Hate to say it. She doesn't hate to say it. She's been saying it all year.
I don't know, but
in April, Governor Whitmer
that guy, I totally agree with you.
What scientist told her to do that? None. She did it because she could. Now she's banning Thanksgiving. What next? And that's not a rhetorical question.
What's going to happen if what it does is it triggers the algorithm to come over and look at us, and then what it does is that if someone does something, or say I have an opinion or whatever, it just causes attention, and then just what YouTube does is they'll throttle it down, they'll do a bunch of stuff, and then what they'll do is, because they're going to err on the side of caution, right? So when you say keywords, it triggers it, and then they come over. Right now, because this channel is still new and it's up and stuff like that, by people turning around and saying trigger words in there, it's just going to cause people. That's why we were only getting, maybe 1,000 people in our live chat, and the other people were getting 20, 30,000 views a night, and it's because they were throttling it down because we were pretty much open about everything. So yeah, it's just bull crap. That's what it is. And that guy, if you go into other channels and you get banned from, I don't know, there's certain, like say you get banned 3 or 4 times from 3 different channels or 4 different channels, I don't know what the quantity is. What YouTube will do is put a tag on your account, and then every time you go into an account or someone's chat, you won't be able to talk. It'll always be hidden as potential bad, which will suck because you can never talk to anybody.
This is more than a slippery slope. We're watching it happen in real time. At a press conference yesterday, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, emphasized
that guy, absolutely it
you
is.
need to stay isolated. Now, he doesn't. Gavin Newsom went to a private birthday party with 12 people the other day at the French Laundry in Napa. But it turns out he wasn't breaking the rules when he did that. No, he wasn't. Settle down. He was just giving you an example of what not to do. Gavin Newsom was risking his life for you. He's a COVID martyr. Why doesn't anyone appreciate Gavin Newsom? But again, that's immaterial. We want to restate here the important thing, the essence of science, really, is that you spend the holidays alone.
But I'll remind you that 3-pronged approach pre-vaccine was around prevention, testing, and isolation. Isolation, this is profoundly important. Prevention's one thing. Testing, what's the purpose of testing besides obviously identifying people that are positive and building a framework and protocol to protect their health, but also protect others through isolation and quarantine.
There's a lot coming at us right now, but take 3 steps back, pause, ask yourself, what are we really watching? We're watching something pretty dark, honestly. This isn't the politics we've come to understand in this country. This isn't the usual debate about tax rates or tariff policy. We miss those debates. This is a struggle for the fundamentals. Will this remain a free country? Can you disagree with corporate America and still live here? Will you be allowed to fly on an airplane, stay in a hotel, have a credit card, use email? Will tiny brain Napoleons like Chris Coons determine what science is and what you can say about it or not? That's what's on the table right now. We understand we just had an election. We understand it's in dispute. We understand there's a lot of news going on at this moment. But nothing matters more than this. It will decide the future.
Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy, crazy, crazy. Alright, so let's put in yeah, that live feed, and even that live feed I just had, Baz, the one I did find, literally got they shut it down. There's like no live feeds out there whatsoever. A bunch of boring replay crap stuff. Alright. I got some links here. Will you add membership? If they allow me to add membership, I will do it on this channel too. But we just kind of got to wave the or get through the storm. It's 3 months of being on here, and then Watch What Wayne will be back and up and running, but I noticed my subscribers account or my subscribers on Watch What Wayne is going down quick, so maybe we might just stay here. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, it's going down real quick. Okay, so here we go. Let's do this. Let's do that. YouTube. Oh, the bite. Yeah. Rumble. There we go. Which one is it, Baz? Some new 22. Which one? Trump won Nevada? Like what? November 17th? I guess this one here. We could throw this up here. Bounty Hunters live. Everybody's going live now, eh? It monetized the channel last night, Seymour.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 2331B, and today's date is November 17th, 2020, and the title of the episode is Deep State Fantasyland, Who Holds the Power? We the People, Operators Active. Let's talk about being prepared. Brain-eating amoeba has been found in Texas water supply, causing the city to declare a disaster. The Texas Commission of Environmental Quality advised citizens to boil their tap water before drinking it. This is why I have the solar water heater. The solar water heater conveniently and quickly boils water from virtually any grade. It's flashy. You can try to convince the people, but as more and more evidence pours out and more information comes out, propaganda, the shine starts to dull. And people start to question things. People start to say, well, wait a minute, maybe there is a...
Hey, before we go any further, I know a lot of people like, take that down, this and that. I don't necessarily like everything that this guy posts and stuff, but there's key things that will lead you to other areas to investigate that is relevant to some of the stuff that's coming up. See, bro, the truth is going to shine on. So that's why I watch these things. I hate watching The Enemy. I hate watching this. I hate watching that. But I do it because you get to pick out what the mindset of the enemy is on the other side.
Election fraud. Maybe what they've been telling us.
Not saying he's an enemy. Just
exactly true. Because how come we're hearing all these stories? And what's very interesting is that is exactly what's happening right now. They're continually pushing.
Yeah, enemy was wrong. I'm not referring to him as enemy. I'm just saying, in general, anybody, opposition sides.
You have the social media companies putting labels and fact-checking everyone, but no one's really paying attention anymore. Because when you click on these links, they bring you to where? The mainstream media. That's their fact-check. And exactly who are the fact-checkers?
3 more likes.
We said this from the beginning.
3 more likes, guys, and we got 200.
Bring in people that say these are the facts. How do they know that the facts? How do they know there's no election fraud? Do they know this for certain? Because I see many individuals that are being indicted for election fraud. So their fact-checking is not working. Their ministry of truth is not working. And that's exactly what this is. We're back in 1984. Now, what's very interesting is they're pushing the idea that Biden is the president-elect. Now, we know he is not. The GSA has not ruled yet. Trump is contesting the votes, and yes, in many different states, all of this is going to go to the Supreme Court. Everyone that's worried, like, oh, he's losing the case here. He's like, yeah, I expect them all to be lost, mostly. You know why? Because he's going to bring it right to the Supreme Court. You have to follow procedure. You have to go to the lower courts, which are corrupt. then go to the next court, which is corrupt, and then you bring it all the way to the Supreme Court. And who's in the Supreme Court? Oh, that's right, Amy Coney Barrett. Coincidence? I think not. We'll be discussing that a little bit later. But what's very interesting is that Senator Schumer said something very interesting. He
Haley,
said,
I'm looking.
no court is going to overturn the election. Joe Biden will be installed as president. Wait a minute, installed? I thought Joe Biden will be elected as president, not installed. So they're going to install him no matter what. That's what Schumer is saying right now. And they're trying to convince us that Biden and Harris, they're going to be receiving national security briefing. From who? Trump? His administration is not doing it as of yet. He's not president-elect. Actually, the letter from GSA is already telling him that you are not president-elect. Who's he getting a national security briefing from? The invisible enemy? Soros? Who? It makes no sense. They're putting this information out there to confuse the public. That's what they do best. They use propaganda. And we were just talking about election fraud. And out in California, there were 2 individuals that were indicted on 41 counts of voter fraud because they were submitting thousands of fraudulent voter registration applications on behalf of the homeless people. They submitted more than 8,000. 8,000. Now think about it. In California, there's roughly 151,000 homeless people. This is fraud on a grand scale. This is not like, oh, he changed 2 or 10. He changed 8,000. What about all the others that they're indicting right now? This is much larger. And like I've been saying, this system that we're in, it's fantasy land. It's deep state fantasy land, which they created. It's like the Matrix. The voting systems, they're not really voting systems. They were built from the ground up to manipulate the votes around the world. So the deep state, the central bank, the corrupt individuals, the invisible enemy, had the ability to go in any direction they wanted to go and pick the leader they wanted to pick. Period. These are not voting systems. They're manipulating systems to keep you in fantasy land, to make you think that you have choice when you really didn't. This is what Trump is exposing. This is much larger than anyone could imagine. And what's very interesting is that all those individuals that handle Dominion, who are on LinkedIn, the software engineers, they're deleting their profiles. Rosie Membos tweeted this out. Why are all the Dominion people deleting their profiles on LinkedIn?
Hey, buddy.
It looks like all their software engineers are in Serbia. Nothing could go wrong. Yeah, nothing can go wrong. And remember, these systems were designed not to have a fair election. They were designed to control the election. Very big difference. Now, what's very interesting is Rosie's Kraken grooming. Notice something about the Dominion logo. And this is what this individual tweeted out. My God, I'm just noticing this. Dominion, a word that is the opposite of freedom and democracy. Changing the way people vote. Literally changing votes. The actual logo is a red vote going in and a blue vote coming out. They put it right out in front of our faces. And when you look at the logo, that's exactly what it is. They're telling you we're manipulating everything. And it was done on purpose. It was built this way. It was never security and all that meaningless. The system from the ground up was built in a certain way so they could control every single election. It was never about fair election security or any other thing like that. Jeff Carlson tweeted this out. Dominion is a member of council that disputed election integrity concerns in DHS statement. Dominion voting systems use statement which obscured companies' council membership to dispute concerns over voting systems. On November 12th, CISA issued a statement disputing voting irregularities, saying the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history. The statement noted there is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised. What the agency failed to disclose, however, is that Dominion Voting System, along with Smartmatic, is a member of CISA's Election Infrastructure Sector Coordinating Council, one of the two entities that authored the statement put out by CISA, CISA. Remember who that was created by? The Obama administration. The joint statement was issued through CISA by the Executive Committee of the Election Infrastructure Government Coordinating Council and the Election Infrastructure Sector Coordinating Council. However, both Dominion and Smartmatics are listed as members of CISA Sector Coordinating Council and appear to be actively involved as they are named as organizing members of the SCC. On November 12th, this publication published an article detailing a number of concerns raised about the integrity of Dominion voting in a sworn August 24th declaration from a poll watcher and acknowledged expert on electronic voting security. On November 11th, we asked Dominion
Thanks,
Voting
Design.
System for comment about the allegations, received no response. One article was published on the morning of November 12th. That afternoon, CISA published a statement denying any problems with the voting system. On November 13th, Dominion sent us an email titled Setting the Record Straight, which cited the joint statement published by GCC and SCC. Dominion cited the CISA statement as exoneration, but failed to disclose that the statement was written by a council of which it was part of. Additionally, while it remains unclear whether
Nice.
CISA and
Congratulations
GCC,
on the
SCC
girl.
have evaluated concerns raised in the Georgia lawsuit, their public statements categorically deny any problems with the system. On October 11th, Judge Totenberg wrote that the case presented serious system security vulnerability and operational issues that may place plaintiffs and other voters at risk of deprivation of their fundamental right to cast an effective vote that is accurately counted. We've reached out to CISA for comment on these matters, but have not received any replies as of this writings. So they're part of the organization that put out the statement that there are no problems in the election system. Infiltration from within. Listen to what Sidney Powell found out. And she has sworn affidavits telling us how these systems were designed and how they work. And this is coming from Red Pill Report. Take a listen to Sidney Powell.
Oh, definitely, Lou. I've just gotten some stunning evidence from a first-hand witness, a high-ranking military officer who was present when Smartmatic was designed in a way that and I'm going to just read you some of these statements, if you don't mind, so I get them exactly right from the affidavit. Designed in a way that the system could change the vote of each voter without being detected. He wanted the software itself to function in such a manner that if the voter were to place their thumbprint or fingerprint on a scanner, then the thumbprint would be tied to a record of the voter's name and identity as having voted, but that voter would not be tracked to the changed vote.
Jesus.
He made it clear that the system would have to be set up but not leave any evidence of the changed vote for a specific voter, and that there would be no evidence to show and nothing to contradict that the name or the fingerprint or thumbprint was going with a changed vote.
Wow.
Smartmatic agreed to create such a system and produce the software and hardware that accomplished the result for President CHAZ. After the Smartmatic electoral management system was put in place, he closely observed several elections where the results were manipulated using the Smartmatic software.
So these systems were completely designed to carry out certain tasks, so those tasks would be in favor of whatever they wanted.
Wow.
These are not free and open voting systems.
Conspiracy coming
They're not
true.
secure. They were designed in a certain way. Designed to work with the deep state. Designed to work with the central bankers. Designed to work with the invisible enemy to control the people, not just here in the United States, but around the world. Now, what's very interesting, Stand Up HK tweeted this out. It's not just about America, but also democratic countries worldwide where voter fraud, machine, and software manipulation exists. Time to review the whole thing. Sidney Powell responded to this. Exactly. Now imagine how much corrupt power and evil actions and money will be disrupted because of the truth coming out that many elections were rigged.
Wow.
Now do you understand why all the social media companies, Google, Twitter, and others with partners in every corrupt country are fighting to hide the truth, not to mention the CIA, the FBI, and other officials in our government, TV and many multinational interests, countless politicians in this country and around the world are bought or bought their seat in one way or another, or blackmailed. She's letting everyone know that this is worldwide. The deep state, the central bank, the invisible enemy had complete and utter control over all of this. This has been their system. Yes, the central bankers have the economy. They also have the election system. All of this is part of the same exact thing. Now, what's very interesting is that Louis Gohmert, he said there was a military operation that took place in Germany, and they took the CITL server. Take a listen to what he said.
U.S. Army forces went into CITL and grabbed their server. There's some that believe this is the U.S. intelligence that manipulated all this.
New reports claim the real results of the 2020 U.S. election were found on a computer server that was seized by the U.S. military in Frankfurt, Germany. In a recent tweet, a Virginia congressional candidate shared an electoral map that's allegedly based off of this data from that server. It shows a landslide victory for President Trump with a 410 electoral college vote, including liberal strongholds California and Minnesota. Congressman Louis Gohmert, you just heard from him there. He says the real election results were stolen through vulnerabilities in the Dominion voting system.
Extremely compelling evidence that could be gleaned from CITL, that's SCYTL. That's a company headquartered in Barcelona, Spain, that was responsible for aggregating all the information from all the machines and whatnot. But now the main headquarters had moved to Frankfurt. That information as to how many votes were switched from Republican for Democrat would have been easily established from the information that CITL gathered.
Now, from this interview, it seems that there was some type of operation. And again, we know from other individuals that
We're
we
allowed
had
long
on
rifles.
the X-22 report, where we had the recordings, that the votes were sent to where? Germany. Now, there was a map on the server, and this was showing that Trump was winning 410 electoral votes to 128. Why do you think they had to manipulate at a grand scale? Because there was a landslide. This was planned. This is a red wave. This is what's going to destroy the deep state. It was the cover-up on a grand scale. Yes, the small manipulation, they could hide pretty darn well.
Fine, it's not
But
a
something
problem.
like this,
Thank you guys for
very,
being
very
here. I
difficult.
really appreciate it.
Now, what's very interesting is that Jenna Ellis tweeted this out about what is happening with the elections. She wrote, evidence for Russian collusion, media coverage 24/7, 3 years. Evidence for impeachment hoax, media coverage 24/7, 6 months. Evidence for rigged election, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, nothing. Media's not really covering it, are they? That should tell you everything right there. Now, it seems that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court has ruled Philadelphia did not violate the state election law when it restricted how close the poll observers would stand to the proceeding of mail-in ballots because of, the pandemic, COVID. Let's talk about being prepared. Brain-eating amoeba has been found in Texas water supply, causing the city to declare a disaster. The Texas Commission of Environmental Quality advised citizens to boil their tap water before drinking it. This is why I have the solar water heater. The solar water heater conveniently and quickly boils water from virtually anywhere. It's extremely lightweight and portable. The solar water heater is entirely solar powered and boils water in as little as 30 minutes. With the solar water heater, I can boil water from anywhere because it requires no batteries. There's no wires needed. All you need is just the sun. Get the solar water heater at solarwaterheater.com or click the link in the description. You'll get 30% off in celebration of Black Friday with promo code X30. Invest in quality gear and in your health. I highly recommend it. Like I said, this is not going to be settled at the state level. This is going to be brought all the way up to the Supreme Court. Yes, you have to go through the smaller courts to get to the Supreme Court. You just can't hop over all of this and go right to the Supreme Court. So this is what Trump is doing. He's following the rule
James,
of law.
we're
And
already
yes, it
screwed
takes
now.
Time. But let's review of what will happen here. The 2020 presidential election is 100% going to the United States Supreme Court, where the justices will rule that this election is invalid due to voter fraud on a countrywide scale.
Yep.
Now, this can go two ways, like we said. Either SCOTUS will rule that all the unconstitutional mail-in ballots will be removed from the total votes, and that the states are ordered to hand recount without them, or SCOTUS will simply rule the election is invalid due to countrywide voter fraud. And at that point, it will be sent to the U.S. House and U.S. Senate for a vote. This is where it gets pretty darn good. The U.S. House and U.S. Senate would vote on who the president and VP will be. This has nothing to do with the political party that has power. Every state gets one vote, according to the 12th Amendment. 31 state houses are held by Republicans and 19 by Dems. The Senate then votes for the vice president. This is law. The only way the President Trump will not be reelected if he concedes. Did he concede? No, he said, I will not concede. And we can see that this is never going to happen. The fake news is trying to trick you. The fake news is not the official source. The fake news doesn't have a say in this. Neither does former presidents who are now citizens. They have no say in this. We're following the rule of law. We're following what the founding fathers gave us. They knew that something like this was going to happen. They were very, very smart, and they put in a lot of safeguards. They did it on purpose to protect the people.
I'm playing this in a
because
minute.
the Constitution was written by the people, for the people, not for government. This is why it doesn't work for government. This is why the deep state, the central bank, this is why they don't like the Constitution. Because it doesn't work in their favor. It doesn't give them the power. It gives the people the power.
Yeah.
And this is where they always
I'm actually short. It's funny that you say that because I literally have
you can see that this is
on
going
my screen right
according
now.
to plan. Now, I want just to take a step back for a sec.
I have that on my screen
about
right now.
Big tech for a sec, because this plays into what the central bankers, the deep state, are trying to do. Think about technology today. Think about the social media platforms. Think about your phone. Think about them tracking you.
Yep.
This was done on purpose. This was to get you used to that this is normal. Why? Because in their system, the one they want to create, they want this to be their system, but it's going to be 100 times worse. Now, what's very interesting is that Josh Hawley, and we know that the big tech CEOs, they were testifying in front of Congress, and Josh Hawley tweeted this out. Under oath, Zuckerberg admits Facebook does have tools to track its users across the internet, across platforms, across accounts, all without user knowledge. I ask how many times this tool has been used domestically against American. Zuck won't say. A Facebook whistleblower tells me it's called Centra. The example is below. Zuck said he couldn't recall the name, but he's the CEO. He doesn't know the name? Of course he knows the name. He knows exactly what it does. What else did Josh Hawley find out? He also found out, and this is coming from the whistleblower, that Twitter, Google, Facebook routinely suggest censorship topics, hashtags, individual websites.
Right now, I don't know.
Conservative.
I don't know where I'd rather
And
be.
Facebook
I
loves
think
them
maybe
for
in my
follow-up
country
on
right
tasks.
now.
But Zuck refuses under oath to turn over a list of Twitter and Google mentions on tasks. Yeah, why was all this developed? This was all developed for the central bank system, for the reset. That's what all this is about. Remember, they want full control. They want China. Actually, probably worse than China. And they've been preparing the United States for a very long time.
Yep.
This is what we the people and Trump, this is what we're pushing back against. This is what they hate. And yesterday I said it. Trump had a landslide in this election. Yes, the illusion is
Just give me 2 seconds, guys.
Yes, they're making it so that people can't see it. And with these masks, they're muzzling us. Symbolism.
Big blankets worldwide, absolutely.
They're trying to silence us.
Just give me 2
because they
seconds,
don't
guys. I'll be
like
right back.
A people with one voice. They don't like people telling them that, no, you can't pick our leader. So you know what they did? They put a muzzle on everyone. That's what they did. That's what the pandemic is. The pandemic is bringing in their world. The people stay silent. The people do what we say. The people don't question anything. That's what they've been trying to do. That's what Trump is showing you. Because you have to see it to believe it. They're bringing in the dark world. Trump wants you to see the dark world. And guess what? The people have spoken. We don't want this world. We want the world with light, with freedom. And they're trying to rob us of all of this. Will they succeed? Absolutely not. They will not succeed whatsoever. Now, what's very interesting is that the mainstream media, they're having a very difficult time fighting disinformation. Or I like to call it the truth. Yes, ABC, CBS, NBC, that's the disinformation. What they're really talking about is we can't stop the truth from coming out. So they're trying to convince people, well, this is how you can spot disinformation. Well, let's go back in time for a sec. Remember, for 3 years, they've been telling us that the walls have been closing in around Donald Trump, that they have everything and other bombshells coming about a Russian collusion. All of that was disinformation because it all turned out to be fake, phony, and false. Same thing with the impeachment. Same thing with all the isms. Same thing with everything that we see. But it seems that there are certain individuals in government, I'm talking about the corrupt people like Senator Blumenthal. He was asking Mark Zuckerberg, why Breitbart, the Gateway Pundit, Steve Bannon, Don Jr., Eric Trump, and the rest, why haven't they banned them? I mean, think about this for a second. People can't speak freely? Why haven't you banned them? Section 230 says this is an open platform. Did they break any laws? Did they commit a crime? No. So why would they be banned? Because they don't want the truth out there. This is what they're most afraid of. And it seems they're pushing the idea now to get rid of Trump on Twitter. Now, we knew this day was going to come. There's a hashtag out there called Deactivate Trump. And they're putting out feelers to see if Twitter is going to move ahead with this. This is coming from the Palmer Report. There's a reason the top trending topic right now is Deactivate Trump. Twitter really needs to read the room. Trying to tell Twitter, yes, it's time to bring down the account. Now, we know that this is going to happen. When will it happen? I don't know, but I think it's when Trump says the storm is upon us. Because they've already said twice that I won the election. We'll talk about that in just a second. But first I wanted to go to Errol Weber. He kind of sums up the whole thing here. This is what he tweeted out. In George Orwell's 1984, it was called the Ministry of Truth. In the USSR, it was called the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. In Nazi era, it was called the Reich Ministry of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda. Today, we call them fact checkers. Are they really fact checkers?
Are they?
Now, this is how we know there
You got to see what's
fact
happening
checkers. This is
today.
the Ministry of Propaganda.
Sounds good.
Because remember that tweet that Trump put out there? I won the election. Well, it's funny because yesterday when we showed this tweet, and he tweeted out twice because he's provoking them and he's trapping them. Remember, the label under there, it said official source doesn't agree with Trump. Well, the official source is GSA. It's not AP News. It's not NBC, ABC. That's not the official source. Those are just mainstream media outlets. They can say whatever. That's not the official source. Today, when you go look at his tweet, where he wrote, I won the election, they changed it to multiple sources. Because people were looking at this saying, you're lying to the people. So basically what they were trying to do is they were trying to convince people that there are official sources. When people called them out on it, they had to change it to multiple sources. Now it doesn't make any sense. Multiple sources like the mainstream media? Well, the official source doesn't agree with the multiple source now, does it?
Nope.
Welcome to 1984. Is Twitter winning? No, they're losing the battle. If they were winning, they wouldn't change the label. They're losing right now. Now, it seems that Trump, he ordered they draw down in Afghanistan. It's amazing. Chris Miller comes in as the defense secretary, and all of a sudden, We have U.S. troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, they're being withdrawn. Is this because this is his last act before Biden comes in? No. It's because he's going to stay president. And also, there was a report out there saying that the wreaths across America at Arlington National Cemetery was going to be canceled because of COVID. Well, Trump came out and said, no, that's not going to happen, not on my watch. He said, I reversed the ridiculous decision to cancel wreaths across America at Arlington National Cemetery. It will now go on. Absolutely. There is no reason for any of this right now. Think about it. 2 vaccines, 90 to 95% efficacy. We have therapeutics that...
You know what we should do, people? We always talk about China and China being the super big company, tech company and stuff like that. What we should do is we should really look up the laws in China. Really look at the core values of what the government in China use to govern their people. And then we will know what's coming down the line. Especially because what I'm reading here, especially with Trudeau and what he just did with China and stuff like that, which I'll bring up in a minute. But I find we should really take a look at the rules and regulations when it comes to freedom of speech, when it comes to internet stuff. We should be taking a look at that, because that's going to give us an idea of what we're going to be facing and what we're going to be combating. Because it seems to be the people at the top seem to like the idea of how China runs everything. It seems like a free country, but it's only free as long as you do what they say. And I think that's what we need to be focusing on is that kind of stuff. You will get censored. There is no freedom in China. Yeah, I know. Absolutely. But how did they do it? How did they lead up to where they are right now is what we need to find out.
Cure Trump. And by the way, COVID has a 99.99x recovery rate, depending on your age. Why are we in a pandemic? Is this really about the virus?
No.
Or is it about the election? Is it about the reset? Is it about control? Is it about ushering in their world? But it seems that people are starting to rise up because the Senate GOP lawmakers, they're looking to impeach Gretchen Whitmer. She has them on a very strict lockdown in Michigan. If you notice, a lot of the D states, they have these people locked down pretty darn hard. Has nothing to do with the pandemic whatsoever. Actually, they're going against the Supreme Court orders in Michigan. So she's breaking the law right now. Now, we know that the Moab is coming, the mother of all bombs. Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, they're going to drop this. And Dinesh D'Souza tweeted this out. We've heard about the big one.
Yeah.
Now we want to see it.
And they're not talking about me.
And we'll know it's been dropped because there'll be confusion, chaos, panic on the left. Suddenly, they will go from you got nothing to our ass is on fire. Actually, they're going to move to the next phase.
It will be after I eat these chips.
Once the Moab is dropped, once it goes to the Supreme Court, once it's ruled in Trump's favor, you're going to see the mainstream media, the corrupt politicians, completely do a 180. Things are going to start to get crazy. And actually, Rudy Giuliani has told us that this has been happening for a very long time. I'm talking about the deep state system. He said the Democrat machine in cities across the U.S. has been cheating in elections for generations. Trump is putting a stop to it now. Count every legal vote. That is in all caps. And I want to go back to post 111. This is back November 5th, 2017. It says, is the U.S. political election system corrupt? Who owns poll machines? Soros? Why is this relevant? They never thought she would lose. They never thought she would lose. Fantasyland. Fantasyland. The complete picture would put 99% of Americans, the world, in a hospital. POTUS is our savior. Pray. Operators
Brian.
are active. We are at war. Good night, Barack Obama. Snow White. Godfather 3. And back then, Q told us that this was going to happen.
That's true, Seven. You're right about that.
We are at war. Who owns the poll machines? The invisible enemy with Soros? Is the election system corrupt? Yes. Yes, it is. On a much, much larger scale than anyone thought. It's not just about manipulating it. The votes were never manipulated. They were programmed this way in the system. The system has us all. And Trump is exposing their system. Now they're panicking.
Prep
and they know
yeah,
what's
I agree
coming.
with you.
They know what's coming.
I know what's
this
coming.
This is why they're pushing the Biden narrative that he won. Why would they do this? Why would they keep this up? Even though the GSA has not ruled yet. Even though that Trump is still in court. Even though that none of the elections, the results have been certified.
Yep.
They're doing this on purpose because they know they already lost.
Mm-hmm.
They want the people to believe that Trump cheated and is stealing the election. Because as they continually repeat that Biden won, Biden's receiving national security information, Biden is getting prepared and ready, putting together his administration, they want people to think that it was Biden until Trump came along and stole it.
Yeah,
Remember,
exactly,
it's always
Prep.
the
I
opposite
agree
them.
with you on that.
They stole it. Trump is returning the power to the people. He's blocking their coup. Remember, it's always the opposite of what they're doing. They're projecting everything that they did onto Trump. Remember, the Constitution, our founding fathers, they wrote the Constitution not so the government would have the power. It was so the people had the power. It was very one-sided for the people, period. They made sure of this.
It's like a
This is what the deep
guacamole
state has been trying to
healthy
strip
dip
away.
thing.
This is the one thing they completely hate. That they don't have the power. And this is why they created their system. To try to take that power away from the people. Now their system is being exposed. Remember, our power is in the amount of people.
Yep.
It's in numbers. That's how we get our power. It's almost like Bug's Life. I don't know if you remember that movie when they had about, 10 grasshoppers?
He's right about that.
Thousands upon thousands of ants.
Mm-hmm.
And the ants thought they had no power. And they thought because the grasshoppers were bigger, stronger, that they had the ability to control them. Until
His
this one
analogy
little
is
ant
so
said,
right
"Wait a
on.
minute, why are we doing all of this?"
He's so right when it comes to his analogy of like Bug's Life. I totally I watch that with my kids, of course. So when he was talking about Bug's Life and then the ants, if you haven't watched it, it's actually not a bad little animated movie. It's pretty cool, but it gives you an idea of what we're capable of doing, and that goes back to what I was just saying earlier. If there's two people out in the streets fighting, the cops are going to show up and they're going to extinguish that fight right away. If there's 1,000 people, 100 people out on the streets, the cops are just going to sit there and observe it and make sure that things don't get too out of control. If a nation stands up and says, "No, this is what we want," the government can't fight that. They can't fight that. They can't fight the majority. That's why they need to make sure that there's a pandemic. That's why they need to make sure that they're proving that the government's there helping you. But the problem is that they're making the problem so that they could fix the problem. And that's counterproductive. Because now people are able to share information. I'm able to show you what's going on. I'm able to show you after this video what our Prime Minister just did. Where before, nobody would even give a shit about that kind of stuff. But it's all relevant to the fact that Canada is doing what they're doing, and it gives you an idea if Biden were to get into be president, what would happen. Some pretty wild shit. Well, there's only like 3 or 4 more, or 5 more minutes or so of this, and then we'll go on to something else.
Why are we collecting food for them? Why are we doing what they say? Look how many there are of us. If we join up together and we do it all together in a large number of ants, we can beat them.
Yeah.
And as soon as they came to that realization, the grasshoppers ran.
Yep.
They couldn't stay and fight. They couldn't go up against the number of ants. The same thing is happening right now.
Yep.
The people have spoken. It was a landslide for Trump. The amount of people that want this country, the amount of people that are fighting for the Constitution, fighting for our way of life, fighting.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else noticed this, okay? I'm going to put my guacamole shit away here. When the pandemic hit, the Open Door podcast, hey, thanks, my man, Commander in the house. When the pandemic hit, the world went on lockdown. China went on lockdown. They were building hospitals at a record rate. Canada went on lockdown. The whole world went on lockdown. Italy, Germany, Russia, everybody went on lockdown. Quick. United States, they started saying everybody curfew, stay indoors, this and that. And then people started losing their business, and their businesses were getting shut down and all this other stuff. They were literally, you guys were showing up at your city hall with guns, standing on the front step. Go back and check out the videos from back then. I think a lot of people forgot about that. Literally, people are showing up with their guns saying, no, we want our rights and we want the right to do what we want to do. And we want to open up our businesses. This is our businesses count. They matter. Then all of a sudden, as people were chanting, their business is essential businesses. Their life is essential businesses. Then what happened? The government went, whoa, guys, whoa. This isn't going to work. Look what's going on in the streets. Stop. We need to stop this. All of a sudden, Black Lives Matter. Yes, we need these people with the guns. We need to distract them so they're not showing up at our door. All right. So how do we do that? Cause a race war, cause some dividing. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Oh, and you know what? It'll even help with the election. Let's do that. Okay, that. And then what do? They hit the streets, and all you guys have been talking about is Black Lives Matter, dividing this, the elections, not even thinking about the pandemic. And then what happens? Now that everybody's tired, they're tired of the rioting, they're tired of the fighting, and everybody's like, okay. And then, everybody starts standing up and they start fighting against the BLM. Now the government's like, okay, now that we got that out of the way, we got to go back on the lockdown. Okay? But all that did was give them time to order more equipment, plan things out, get things ready. At the beginning, they weren't ready. They weren't sure what kind of reaction they were going to get from the people. Now they know that people are going to stand up with guns and stand and fight for what they know is right. What's going to happen? Now they're ready. Now they're sitting here and saying, okay, oh, you wanted to show up at our doorstep with guns? Guess what, guys? Guess what? We're ready. Now the police are ordering all these equipment and ordering these guns and ordering all this riot gear and all this other stuff. And then what happens? They're doing it all under the umbrella that they have to make sure they're safe against the Black Lives Movement and all the leftist people and all this other stuff, right? No, it wasn't. They were ordering all this gear, tear gas and riot gear and everything else. It wasn't for the protests, because look how quick it stopped. Just like that, boom, overnight, protesters just stopped. No. They ordered all that gear, and if anybody ever caught on to the fact that they were ordering all this equipment and all this stuff, they would just say, well, that's why. Look at what's going on in the streets right now. But they were ordering that stuff because they knew that they were going to do a lockdown, and they were going to do all this stuff, and now they were just getting themselves ready for it. Let me just read what's just going on here. Canada says white man bad. Twins are up. Show them. I will. We literally have a couple minutes left of this, but think about that for a minute. We got distracted long enough for them to get ready to say, okay, lockdown's happening. Now they're taking Christmas, Thanksgiving, and if you do it, now you're killing people. That's the same shit we're hearing here in Canada. If I say don't wear a mask, the pandemic is fake, I could get charged with reckless endangerment. Go to jail for it. Have a criminal record. Just for saying that on social media. It's not how I feel. I think people should just make up their own mind. But isn't that stupid? That's what's going to happen with you guys. Twins have breaking news in Michigan. The pandemic is, yeah. So you see. Now, does anybody? One of the mods have a link to the twins? I'll bring them up. We'll finish this.
For Trump, we're not just going to sit back. We're going to come out. They're going to see us. They've already started to see us.
Mm-hmm.
They're panicking right now.
Yep.
They realize they couldn't get away with it.
Yep.
They realize that we, the people, are coming after them.
Yep. Exactly.
They realize that we're about to expose their entire system to everyone around the world. They're panicking right now. They're not in control. We are. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, let's see. So the twins have a thing. All right, let me see if I can pull it up here. I'll pull it up. I'll get this going. Twins. Exactly. They want full freaking lockdown. All right, here we go. Let's do this. You know what? I'm going to put the twins beside. I really want to get to what Trudeau's saying because it's really important, especially the stuff that's going. But we're stuck here. So let's get to the breaking news with the twins, and then we'll get on with that.
Some great news for y'all, man. Finally, some good news. Well, I got good news for Republicans. For you liberals, some real bad news for you, man. This might be the start of something great. I know Trump loves that great word. Let's make America great again. We finna make Michigan great again with this news. All right, so this is what's going on. Yeah, this is breaking news. It's breaking news. Here's the tweet. Breaking. This evening, the County Board of Canvassers in Wayne County, Michigan, that's that liberal shithole that has Detroit now. Detroit, man, right? You know what all those disenfranchised black people live at? Because they vote for Democrats. That's why they're disenfranchised. But okay, let me read. Yeah, y'all don't even know why y'all disenfranchised.
Exactly, Haley. Exactly.
No, it's white liberal politicians. It's Democrats. All right, okay, here we go. Breaking. This evening, the County Board of Canvassers in Wayne County, Michigan refused to certify the election results. If the state board follows suit, the Republican majority state legislator will select the electors. It's a huge win for Trump. So if they cannot certify the results out of Detroit, Michigan, if they didn't leave a paper trail, if you can't audit those numbers,
Okay, wait a minute. These guys are saying this is old. The county was certified an hour ago. Okay, their video was just posted. When? When was their video posted? They said like 19 minutes ago. So is this no good? Okay, but is it accurate? What they're saying, is it accurate? I don't care if it's old. Is it accurate? What's this? Breaking news. President Trump has fired Chris Curbs, the director of the CISA, over Curbs' statements debunking various myths about 2020 elections voters fraud that were advocated by President Trump and his allies. Ooh. Okay, well, if it's right what they're saying, they'll.
If you can't,
I haven't heard it
certify
yet.
the vote and think that this is a good vote.
Yeah.
Then
And they can't verify the vote?
the
Because how they was handling the votes as they came in?
The GOP legislator, this majority GOP, grand old party, man. They will decide who gets the votes, and we know who they voted for.
They voted for that racist white man. This MAGA country, baby. Hey, what you think? You can vote in my country? This is MAGA country.
Yeah, that's what they are. Who started that MAGA country? Oh, that was Jesse.
Yeah, I got that from Jesse, a black man.
But
this is MAGA country.
Yeah, but I already see the left. They're responding to this tweet. This like, see, this looks bad because y'all disenfranchising black people all over again. These racist white. No, it's due to fraud.
Yeah, it's due to fraud.
Ain't this one of the areas where they just stopped counting? We all went to sleep. Yeah, Trump's winning.
Yeah.
We're gonna wake up. They're gonna certify the results. Came up. They just found hundreds of thousands of votes. 0 for Trump. Yeah. So when you do a recount, if the vote or if the president think that's fraud, he's going to send in his people.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the counties where the Republican observers were not allowed to observe the vote count. It's part of the rule, you know. If you don't let Republicans observe, that's fraud. Automatically, that's our laws. I mean, wouldn't you say the same thing if all the
Enough
Republicans
guacamole.
came in and he told all the
It's enough of
Democrats,
that dip.
hey, get out, we're going to go ahead and take care of this tonight.
Yeah. You got to stand 23 feet back.
No, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
We're going to take care of this tonight. Y'all be doing the same exact thing. Yeah, just use common sense. If the shoe was on the other foot, lefty, wouldn't you be upset?
Yeah.
If the Republicans counted a bunch of votes when nobody was observing, 150,000, how would that make you feel if your candidate lost 150,000 votes overnight like that with no observers? You would be upset. So, Republicans have a right to be upset, especially the 72 million people that voted for Trump. They have a very good and y'all
right
talking
to be
about
upset.
Y'all want Trump to concede. Look here, crazy as hell. Over 70 million people voted for Trump. This dude spent hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in this election, and he's got evidence of fraud. He just gonna roll over.
Yeah, Trump is not a quitter. He's never been a quitter. Crazy as hell.
He's got. I mean, over 70 million people voted for him. We're not gonna let him just roll over. You think we're gonna let this man just get up and walk away and go back to making billions of dollars a year? No, we ain't having this. You making America great again. President Trump belongs to us. He promised us. We ain't gonna let him go that easy. Yeah, it's like they doing the recounts in Georgia. They found like over 2,000 votes. They just missed them, and majority of those votes went to Trump. Yeah, and that's just the tip of the iceberg, man. There's so much information that's coming about this Dominion software. It's a foreign software.
So did Trump win it?
A foreign company. Yeah.
They certified
ties
it?
with some pretty shady people. Yes. To be counting our votes here in America? Yeah, y'all complain about Rush. There was no evidence of that.
I'm about to play his video.
Mita ran with that story for 2 years. Russia collusion.
Yeah.
Moscow Mitch. All this Russia stuff. Then they investigated for 2 years, spent millions of dollars, found no evidence of this. Yeah. How much money did he spend? It was millions. And then the first election after this, you got a foreign.
That guy, okay. That makes sense.
The damn votes. Man, you lefties are dumb, man. Y'all believe? I mean,
27, how you doing?
I trust Trump. I trust the Republicans. That's why I vote for them. I'm sure you trust Joe Biden and Kamala because you got half a brain. But just look at what the media's been doing. Just use common sense. And just look at what's going on. You have a brain. You can see. You're not dumb. You just don't want to see it. The problem is this. I mean, people are not objective. They decide they want to win, and so they just stop being objective. Yeah. But also in Nevada, they found another lawsuit there. They found evidence of 15,000 people that voted in Nevada. Yeah. Voted in other states. Yeah. Just a big mess, man. Just a big mess. And it's a damn shame, man. We're in the greatest country in the world, man, and we can't get our voting system correct.
Gus, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You know, with the technology we have, we can send information in seconds via email. We can send money, but we have to mail in a ballot.
Yep.
for a vote?
Yeah, you can
You
take.
can't do that on your computer electronically? Yeah, we can send satellites to Uranus and take pictures of rocks on the ground, but y'all can't. We got people walk around with AIDS and HIV, and you can't even detect it in their bloodstream. They can go out and have sex. Women with HIV can have babies and don't spread the disease to their kids.
Yeah.
To their newborn babies. And we can't get our voting system right. Yeah, just count the votes. Just only. And y'all have nobody to blame there in Wayne County. They might been legal votes, but the way y'all handled the votes was fraud. Yeah, but it was unlawfully. But the reason why they was doing it unlawfully because those votes was never there to begin with. That's our opinion, fact checkers. We can say that. Why else would you not let Republicans in there? Because you got some shady votes coming in. Like when in the past, let's say I had a girlfriend, I was cheating on her, and she said, "Let me see your phone." I'm like, hell no, you ain't seen my phone. You know why? Because there's evidence on it.
Listen to what he just says.
That's why you ain't seen my phone.
Did you hear what he just said? In the past, when I had a girlfriend, if I was cheating on her, I was like, "Hey, you ain't seen my phone." So I was like, what a guy. I bet you he had that face right there whenever she asked for the phone. That would be the face he would have.
She asked, "When ain't you gonna show me?" I was like, "Live," I said, "Because it's my phone." My phone, my choice.
My phone, my choice.
Look here. Transparency. That's all we want. Yeah. Recount. Y'all didn't give us transparency. Hey, if I'm a Democrat, I'm in Michigan, I'm in Milwaukee, I'm in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Georgia. I see a bunch of Joe Biden votes come in. I said, man, look at all these damn votes for Joe Biden, man. Yeah, we got this, man. Hey, man, don't count them. Don't even touch till these damn Republican white racist men come here. Yeah. Because I don't want them to say we tried to do something fraudulent. Yeah.
He's got a point.
Y'all got double time. Stayed overnight. Y'all going home. We're going to wrap this up tonight. And it's like they got Sidney Powell, this woman's a great attorney. This woman is, when I see a woman, that's a powerful woman with leadership, that's what kind of, that's a true feminist for me. That ain't no feminist, she's just a damn woman. Feminism, that's just bullshit. That's just a strong woman. That's just a strong individual. I would like to see 50 of her like be senators and House representatives. But when I picture the word feminism, I feminist women like her, strong, intelligent, professional women. Don't blame men for their shortcomings. Yeah, they overcome because they're just strong individuals. Yeah, you feminists, if y'all want to become strong women, take a look at her. Take a look at Candace Owens. Take a look at
that wouldn't fly at my house. Give me that phone now.
Just because they can sing and act. Yeah. No. Just because they have a talent. Hollywood, man, do a lot of harm, especially to the black communities, man. The music, the shows. Yeah. I mean, just our culture in general, man, we do more harm to our young people than, let me say this. Like Trump, he got a legal team going, right? Got Sidney Powell. Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about her. He's got some good, he's got some solid people with some solid credentials backing him up with some affidavits, witnesses. Yeah, so they doing all that. What is the FBI doing? This was a federal election. What are y'all doing? What, don't y'all supposed to be helping? Should y'all have prevented this from happening to begin with? I mean, y'all are the FBI and the CIA. I mean, why does Trump have to get an attorney? A team of attorneys. He's the president of the United States. Why the FBI and the CIA ain't looking at this? Why ain't y'all running things? Why ain't we getting interviews from the head of the FBI and the CIA about this? Yeah. We gotta listen to the media with their opinions. I won't the media censoring this. You only hearing this on a couple of news outlets. Newsmax, OAN, Fox, they didn't. I mean, you might hear it on Tucker, Hannity, but other than that, man, you don't hear it nowhere. You don't hear it on CNN, MSNBC, nowhere else. You know what I think about? They keep saying CNN and MSNBC, they talking about this is these ideas are coming from weird right-wing quacks, conspiracy theorists.
There you go, Brandon. You got it, Brandon.
It's like when you seen with the Hunter Biden incident with that laptop. Y'all heard about all the information on that laptop. That was turned over to the FBI, I think, a year ago. Nothing. Nothing came of that laptop and the information on that laptop till Rudy Giuliani got his hands on it. Then stuff started coming out. Yeah. What did the FBI do with that? Well, not only the FBI, I would think the CIA would be involved with that too. The lead federal officers, investigators on this, what are y'all doing right now? And you know what's crazy? People tried to put this information out on Twitter and Facebook. What happened to it? It got removed. It got deleted. Mainstream media will not cover this story. Why? If the mainstream media is not talking about it, it has to be true because they're so biased. Yeah, they talked about Russian collusion. No evidence whatsoever. They talked about that for 2 years. They was all over it. We got Trump and a bunch of people, witnesses, and we got people that know about this Dominion software. They said this, Dominion software. Yeah, Dominion software that said this software was developed to be hacked. Yeah, it was developed to skew elections illegally so they make sure your candidate would win. Yeah, that software was developed for some backdoor action. Yeah. They might as well not even call it Dominion. Call it backdoor action. Backdoor action software, voting software. Backdoor. Because you can go in behind it and manipulate the votes. Millions of votes. Why was that even? And it was funny about this. Dominion software was used in all the swing states. All the same states that night they stopped counting and said, "I'm tired. Let's go home. Let's start this in the morning." But they stayed, sent all the and you liberals, y'all still don't have it. Y'all still don't see it. It's like you're blind to it. It's like you don't want to see it. We got all the proof in the world, and every day that passes, more and more evidence presents itself. More affidavits. This should not only be scary to the right, it should be scary to y'all on the left. Yeah. I mean, do you want to live in a country where your government can manipulate votes? Democracy? You want your government or some entity to decide what's best for you? Shouldn't you have that power? Your vote matters. It's we the people. Yeah, it's not we the... I think I came across this YouTube video. I should have told you about this. I think it was Socrates. The Greek philosopher. Smart dudes, man. Socrates, man. He said he didn't believe in democracy. He didn't believe people should vote unless they were educated. Yeah. And that is perfect example of 2020. Well, it's a perfect example for you African Americans. I mean, y'all vote, 90% of y'all vote Democrat. They vote just because the color of skin. But if you vote Democrat in 2020, it's not coming because you're smart and educated on the policies. It's because you're ignorant as hell. Yeah. Who votes for higher taxes? Who votes for big government? Who votes for socialism? That's never worked anywhere, and it's led to hundreds of millions of deaths over history. Who votes for that? And why y'all keep calling your party liberals? Democrats. You're not liberal. Yeah, you're not liberal anymore. You're socialist. Which is a euphemism for communist. Yeah. Who votes for that? That's what everybody came to America for, to come to because it was freedom. We're free here. Yeah. And now we vote for the stuff people are running from to get here. Yeah, and y'all voting for that, man. Y'all crazy as hell. Socrates. That dude was smart. You shouldn't vote. That's what he said. You shouldn't vote unless you're educated. Yeah. Because if you're not educating your vote, you're going to destroy that damn country. I'll tell you right now, if you wearing your pants below your ass, you shouldn't be able to vote. Man, no, man. You walk around with your ass hanging out, you shouldn't be able to vote. Yeah. There's something wrong with you. You walk around with your ass hanging out. Think about it. If a woman's walking on the street with 3/4 of her tits hanging out, that woman is legally insane.
When he goes with Wayne's reality,
with your ass hanging out. Yeah. Your underwear. I mean, women show cleavage. That's different, though, man. Cleavage, man. It's natural.
You should have to pass a test to vote. I agree.
That's not even fashion. That's ghetto. You see that shit in prisons. Well, that's where it started at. Yeah, it's a prison culture, man. People sagging their pants. Yeah. It's a fact. Don't get mad at me. Pull your pants up. No, it started in prison because that was letting other dudes know you was down for some backdoor action. Just like that damn Dominion software. That damn backdoor. Yeah. But anyway, this is good news. Yeah, it's real good news. I'm not going to get my hopes up too much. I want to sit back and relax because I just feel like something like this shouldn't have happened. Republicans, if y'all would have just did what y'all supposed to be doing.
Tommy Peters, how you doing?
How does this even slip through the cracks? Why ain't our Republicans? Yeah. Why our senators, our House of Representatives, our state legislators,
Why do
Awesome.
y'all let this slip through the cracks? Why are we even in this position? Yeah, we should already have reelected President Trump. I mean,
Thank you very much for that donation. I appreciate
conservatives on
that.
the mainstream media, we've been preaching and
You're
been
awesome.
complaining for years how we've been censored. Trump, they have gotten so bold and they are censoring Trump on his Twitter account. They're censoring politicians on their Facebooks. They're censoring everybody. They don't even try to hide it anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we have to support other platforms like Paula. Follow us on Paula at Harsh Twins. Follow us on Rumble at Harsh Twins. Yeah, what's crazy is we've been on Twitter for like 10 years, 12 years. We got like 700,000 followers. We used to get hundreds of thousands, millions of views on our videos. That doesn't happen. We switched over to Paula. We can hit 1 million followers on that account in less than a couple of months. Right. And all those views, all that interactions is coming back now. Yeah. We go to Rumble. We on Rumble. Go there. Yeah. Facebook just
What
totally
is Rumble
shut us
like?
down. We got 6 million followers on there. The videos don't even get a quarter of the views these days. And Paula and Rumble is just not for conservatives. It's just for true liberals. These platforms really believe in free speech, whether it's from the left or the right. Yeah, and that's the only reason why we use these platforms. Just think about it, everybody. Just think about it. Over 72 million people voted for Trump. We sit back, keep complaining about Twitter and Facebook. If all of us just stop using Twitter, stop using Facebook, if you start using other apps like Rumble and Paula, that censorship will stop. Yeah, that power is back in our hands because that's how they're going to win this movement.
I hear
it's
you,
about
Commander.
censoring conservatives like us. Yeah, we're the biggest voices out there besides the mainstream media. Right. This is what's kept Trump and Republicans in style, pretty much. Yeah. Once we're silenced and all the other conservative voices, it's over. Yeah. Black people will never see a black conservative. They wouldn't even, they would still be voting left. Yeah. So just think about it. The power's in us. If y'all stop using these apps, man, if y'all stop using Facebook, stop using Twitter, all the power's in our hands. We just need to stop complaining. There's other applications instead of Twitter. Rumble, that's just like YouTube and Facebook. Yeah. We're on both of those platforms. Yeah. I mean, the power's in our hands, but we got to act on it. It's up to us. All of us. Not just us. It's up to you. It's up to your mama, your daddy. It's everybody that's concerned. It's not up to your senator. It's not up to your governor. It's up to us. It's not up to your government. We have to speak for ourselves. Don't wait till a senator or a governor or the president does something about it. We need to do something about it. We're waiting on the Congress to fix all these laws with Facebook. What are they doing? They ain't did shit. But there's people out there making other platforms that's going to grow and give us the power back. So we have the power. So Rumble, Paul. And remember, this is why we are conservative. This is why we're Republican. We believe in limited government. The power is in us. It's not in your government. It never has been. Everybody on the left, these stupid morons, they think they need the government to take care of them.
I'm going to definitely check out Rumble.
Stay out of my life. Yeah, just stay out of my life and get out of my way and let me do what I do. And that's all I need. And let me keep my damn rights. Yeah. That's all I want. And so keep the liberals, y'all vote your rights away. Who does that? You vote for high taxes to vote away your rights. I mean, what educated person would do that? What's up with y'all liberals in these damn masks? I went to the park to drop off some trash. There was this nigga just sitting in the middle of a baseball field, just swinging a bat.
Man, I don't know what
Nobody was within
is.
300 yards of him. He's wearing a mask. You know what's funny? He had a dog with him. Dog's got a damn mask on too. Both of them. And I know you liberal. I know you are. And then I ordered some Grubhub, right? Yeah. Right? I put contactless delivery, but I was like, I'm at my office. I got to go out there and meet him because somebody else taking my food. So I'm out there meeting. The guy comes up. I see him pull up. He's all by himself in the car, wearing a mask, right? And he comes up. I was like, I ordered Grub. He said, you're Keith Hodge? I was like, yeah. He said, you ordered contactless delivery. I said, yeah, but you can give it to him. He does this. He probably thought you was from Africa. He probably had Ebola or something. Oh, man. Voting your damn rights away and shut down. But anyway, keep the faith, everybody. Yeah, I seriously don't think Trump is going anywhere. Hey, keep the faith. Man, Trump 2020. That was a damn good show. Yeah.
Go to officialharstwins.com and pick you out a patriotic t-shirt today. Hell, I'm even giving you 20% off. Just type in discount code Chinese virus. We call it Chinese because it's from China. We making t-shirts great again.
Yeah. They got good shit. They got good stuff. Okay, so let me see what I do here. Do I know how to run my crap or what? No, apparently not. All right, so let me get back to the chat here. No, that's not what I wanted. I should have done a video on Watch What Wayne saying that we were here, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. No, where are we? We're all over the place here now. There we go. Let's get in there. Let's get at it. You gotten good at that, eh? Yeah, yeah. Well, it's just for you. I'm trying to, you know, that way there, you know, when role playing, you know what I mean? You remember the email. You remember the email. You want to really follow what's going on? Go to and we know on YouTube. You want to really follow what's going on? Go to and we know on YouTube. Okay, you lost me there. Driver asked me to receive no lie. It was with a Pizza Hut. Wow. All right. Let's go. Let's play this idiot that's on my screen right now, because I just want to get him off my screen.
Foremost of the lives of the people around him. Jonathan closes his letter by saying, "Whatever needs to be done. I value the economy, but I value my own friends, family, and fellow citizens' lives first." Thank you, Jonathan, for reaching out. I understand what you're saying, and I totally agree. But here's the thing. By putting the health of your friends, family, and fellow citizens first, you're actually doing the very best thing to protect the economy, too. We don't have to choose. We just have to act.
The way he talks, eh? The way he talks is just like one of those, you don't need to choose. You just need to act. And being like this, like, listen to him. This guy runs our country. Think of that for a minute. Now, let's try to get through this without any interruptions. It's almost like that, you know, Star Trek, you know, the very, very first one there. What was his name? He's famous. You know how he always talks like this? Yeah, him.
On Saturday, Quebec, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta all saw record-breaking new cases. Dr. Tam has warned that this may mean hospitals soon reach a breaking point. In Nunavut, there have been outbreaks, too. As the government of Nunavut announced on Monday, a territory-wide lockdown will go into effect tomorrow morning. No one wanted to see this news, but it was a possibility we had to be ready. As the government of Nunavut announced on Monday, a territory-wide lockdown will go into effect tomorrow morning. No one wanted to see this news, but it was a possibility we had to be ready for. Our government has provided a 3-month supply of personal protective equipment to Nunavut, just like the other territories, so communities are prepared if bad weather delays shipments. We've also provided funding through the Safe Restart Agreement, as well as additional direct support for communities.
Safe Restart Agreement. I'm going to have to look that up.
Through the Indigenous Community Support Fund. The federal government will continue to support the people of Nunavut, just like we will for all Canadians. That's exactly what I told the premiers when we met last week.
Mothballs.
At the same time, though, I also
can't
reminded
play
them that
Rebel News. They'll give me a strike.
resources are not infinite. Depuis mars, nous avons envoyé.
Since March, we have sent over 312 million articles of personal protective equipment to the provinces and territories, including masks, gloves, shirts, and face coverings. We've also sent close to 12 million swabs and hundreds of ventilators. This adds to the contribution of over $25 billion that we have given to the provinces and territories to support Canadians throughout the country. Whether it's been through the Safe Restart Agreement, or a fund for a safe return to school, or transfers for essential workers, healthcare, and the North, we are making sure that Canadians are getting the funds that they need. We're continuing to prepare to distribute a safe and efficient vaccine throughout the country as soon as it's ready. On this topic, yesterday we received new encouraging news about a second possible vaccine, this one produced by Moderna.
Canada has already secured tens of millions of doses of the Moderna vaccine candidate, along with a wide range of other promising options. Like Pfizer-BioNTech, Moderna has already submitted their vaccine candidate for Health Canada review, an important step in assessing efficacy and safety. This is good news, but remember, a vaccine can only protect you once you've gotten the shot.
Oh, there it is. There's the bullshit.
We all need to double down.
There's the bullshit. I don't care if I get arrested for this shit.
To get this second wave under control. Particularly speaking to young people. This virus might seem like it's more of a concern for your grandparents than for you. But even if you're young and healthy, getting COVID-19 can be incredibly serious. It could leave you with heart and lung issues, or it could cost you your life. I don't say this to scare you. I say this because we need to be honest with.
I don't say this to scare you. I just say this to be honest. Like his voice, this is supposed to be the guy that runs Canada. No wonder the world thinks we're a bunch of pussies. Like seriously, listen to him. This is the tone of my voice. And I know this sounds scary. Wow. So, my iPad. I guess something's listening to me, eh? Wow. So, literally Siri just said, I thought so. Wow. Okay, so anyways. I don't even know what to say to that. That was messed up. Anyways, let's just get to it. Fuck it.
With ourselves about what we're facing. You need to be wearing a mask, keeping your distance, and washing your hands. You need to avoid gatherings. You need to get your flu shot. And you need to download and use the COVID Alert app. If you get a positive COVID-19 test result, the first thing you need to do is open your COVID Alert app and enter the one-time code your provincial health authority provides. This will anonymously notify people you may have been in contact with.
Well, that Siri is on the other desk over there on an iPad.
So that they can get tested too. Then go straight home and isolate. Don't stop at the grocery store. Don't stop to say hi to your neighbor in their driveway. Go home. And after you've done all that, call someone you love. A positive test result can be scary. I remember how we felt after Sophie got her results back in March. There's uncertainty and anxiety, but pulling together and following public health guidelines will get us all through this.
For families, parents, and workers, I know that things are difficult, but we can't throw in the towel now. Regardless of how old you are, wear a mask, keep your distance, and wash your hands. Avoid gatherings. Get the flu vaccine and use the Alert COVID app. As we did in the spring, it is together that we will succeed to get through this winter. Our government will do what it has to be there for you, as long as is necessary. And I'd also like to mention that the new support measure that we announced for businesses for rent, salary, help, loans, and support in the case of confinement was adopted by the House of Commons. It is now before the Senate. As the Vice Prime Minister said, we hope that this bill will be adopted quickly so that employers and employees
Snowflakes
can
United?
get the support they
I think
need
they call that a
as soon as
folder.
possible.
I want to end this morning by talking about something else our government is doing to protect you and your family. Earlier today,
anytime the government says we're doing this to protect you and your family, what do?
Minister Baines introduced the new Consumer Privacy Protection Act to give Canadians more control and greater transparency over how companies handle their personal information. This includes allowing people to move their information from one organization to another and the right to have their information deleted. For companies that don't follow the rules, the CPPA gives the Privacy Commissioner order-making power and the highest fines amongst G7 privacy laws. Aujourd'hui, le ministre Baines
Today, Minister Baines presented the new act on privacy measures for individuals to give more control to Canadians and offer them greater transparency around the way businesses use their confidential information. This is a very first on the international scene. This is founded on the work that we already did to protect information and the safety of people online, including with the digital charter that we launched last year. To rebuild a strong and resilient economy, protect jobs, and support small businesses because they're adapting to this new reality. And so we need to make sure that the internet is accessible, reliable, and safe. Thank you. I'll now hand it over to Dr. Tam.
Good day, everyone. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Oh, here, this
There
girl
have
is
been
like
302,192 cases of COVID-19 in Canada, including 11,027 deaths. Nationally, there are close to 51,000 active cases across the country. Over the past week, labs across Canada have tested an average of over 58,400 people daily, with a 6.6% testing positive. Yesterday, 4,802 cases were reported nationally. In addition, there were over 1,300 new cases reported for Saturday and Sunday. This brings the average daily case count to almost 4,800 cases for the past week. The number of people experiencing severe illness continues to increase. Over the past 7 days, there were on average 1,675 individuals with COVID-19 being treated in Canadian hospitals, including over 330 in critical care, and an average of 66 deaths were reported each day. Over the weekend and yesterday, there were a number of very troubling developments in the trajectory of COVID-19 resurgence in Canada.
66 people a day die here in Canada from COVID, according to her numbers.
In addition to an ever-increasing case counts and rising numbers of hospitalizations, critical care admissions, and deaths, we are seeing disease transmission spill over into the most vulnerable populations. Cases have been increasing in elderly adults for several weeks, with those over 80 years of age now having the highest incidence rates nationally. More and more outbreaks are occurring in long-term care homes, congregate living settings, and hospitals, and spreading in indigenous communities. Most recently, Nunavut had to implement a 2-week territory-wide restriction period to interrupt the spread of COVID-19. I'm deeply concerned at these developments because they put countless Canadians at risk of life-threatening illness, cause serious disruption to health services, and present significant challenges for areas not adequately equipped to manage complex medical emergencies. We have to remind every Canadian of the importance of individual actions to protect our most vulnerable. Right now, every effort you make matters. As much as you can, limit errands and outings to just the essentials, keep in-person social activities to just your existing household, and strictly and consistently follow public health measures. This is what is needed for us now to slow the spread and keep COVID-19 out of high-risk settings, keep schools and workplaces open in a safer way, and prevent
We're going to make
restrictions.
streams safe again.
The measure of a society is in how it protects its most vulnerable. Canadians are once again at a critical juncture. Let's do everything we can to protect and support others by staying physically apart, but using everything we've learned to support each other through these times. Keep connecting virtually, do check-ins over the phone, say hello from across the street, or drop off a care package. Whatever it takes, let's protect and
say hello from across the street. Hey. We'll just say hello from across the street. Drop off a care package.
and support each other.
I got no words.
I say it in the spring, and I'll say it again now. Canada, it's time to plank the curve. Thank you.
I said it before, and I'll say it again. It's time to plank the curve.
There have been 302,192 cases of COVID-19 in Canada, including 11,027 deaths. Nationally, there are close to 51,000 active cases across the country. Over the past week, labs across Canada have tested an average of over 58,400 people daily, with 6.6% testing positive. Yesterday, 4,802 cases were reported nationally. In addition, there were over 1,300 new cases reported for Saturday and Sunday. This brings the average daily case count to almost 4,800 cases for the past week. The number of people experiencing severe illness continues to increase. Over the past 7 days, there were on average 1,675 individuals with COVID and consulted our allies throughout the world before making a decision based on...
What?
Thank you, operator. Last question on the phone.
Merci. Prochaine question, Catherine Lévesque.
Let's just skim
La
through this
presse
shit.
canadienne. À vous.
La Presse Canadienne, Catherine Lévesque. Hello, Mr. Trudeau. I'd like to hear you talk about another report, the one from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Over $2 billion, we heard, could have been saved by buying equipment from Davies rather from the ones purchased from C-SPAN. So I'd like to have your response on that. If you had to do it again, would the federal government, should the federal government have chosen a more economical option? Of course, we're always going to study reports from the PBO. We will learn better how things could have unfolded, and we will review that report. About the project,
there you go, Haley.
for the shipyards, we know how important it is to provide
hey, Cornbread, thanks for the donation.
for people to be able to plan ahead. C-SPAN was chosen. We were able to add a third place. We gave contracts to Davies, because we recognize the important and excellent work that the Davy workers do, and we will continue looking for opportunities to build ships here in Canada to make sure that we have the right equipment for Canadians.
Just the head of our country.
While ensuring that the investments made are responsible. A follow-up question. Yes, concerning Huawei. Aaron O'Toole will ask you about that today. Why does it take so much time to make a decision? Could you make a decision in the next 30 days? And maybe this is a negotiation technique to liberate both Michaels. From the outset, we have relied on the advice of our experts in national security and intelligence. We have always worked with those who are in charge of this. We have worked with and consulted our allies throughout the world before making a decision based on expert recommendations.
As we've said from the beginning, we will continue to trust our security agencies and experts when it comes to making this important decision on how to protect Canadians and our businesses in an increasingly interconnected world. We have worked with our allies, we have consulted broadly, and I can tell you that the decision we will make will be based on the recommendations of our security agencies.
Merci. On va maintenant passer avec les questions. Thank you. We'll now go to questions in the room.
Good morning, Mia Rabson from the Canadian Press. Last spring, when the pandemic was just starting in Canada, you had a message to Canadians that it was time to come home, that you wanted people not to be traveling internationally. As we're heading into the winter, there are a lot of snowbirds who are suggesting that they want to travel and do plan to go to the United States. What's your message to them? Is it a safe thing to do right now?
Canada's official travel advisory is that all Canadians should avoid international travel. The pandemic continues to cause significant challenges around the world, including in the southern United States, and people are safest when they stay at home in Canada.
Oh yeah, with all the numbers rising.
People do choose to go, that is their choice, but they need to make sure that they have good health insurance, good travel insurance, also that they make sure that wherever they're going there is sufficient healthcare capacity that is not beginning to get overwhelmed if something goes wrong. But that's why, as a government, we recommend people not travel internationally while this pandemic is going on.
As a government, we recommend that Canadians do not travel abroad during this pandemic. If people choose to do it, they have to accept the risks of that. They have to have good insurance, and they must be aware that health systems around the world are being overwhelmed by this second wave, and they might have a hard time getting the healthcare services they need if the worst case scenario happens. So that's why we strongly recommend that Canadians stay home.
Hello, Prime Minister. It's Annie Bergeron-Oliver with CTV National News. There have been calls from mayors and doctors for the federal government to step in and do more, including implementing tougher measures like a temporary lockdown. Are you afraid to take this action because of political blowback from businesses and other sectors? And also, what do you say to those businesses who are angry that they still have not received the rent subsidy because Parliament has yet to pass C9?
First of all, we have been there from the beginning for businesses and for Canadians, and we will continue to. The best way to get through this with a strong economy is to focus on protecting Canadians and slowing the spread of this virus. That is the decision we took from the very beginning as a government. That's why we made the commitment to have each other's backs, have Canadians' backs, and we will. Whatever it takes, and as long as it takes. The rent assistance that was passed through the House with C9, and we hope will pass through the Senate shortly, will be retroactive to October, to the beginning of October.
Apparently we can leave. I'm gonna have to check that.
A 25% top-up for businesses in places like Montreal, Toronto, and elsewhere where public health authorities have forced a shutdown. We know that this is extremely difficult on Canadians and on businesses, but the position of the federal government from the beginning has been to make the difficult decisions by regional authorities, by provincial authorities, by local public health authorities easier, in knowing that businesses that have to close will get strong support from the federal government.
Yeah, but I don't. They don't allow us to live stream there. Does anybody know if Rumble allows live streaming?
We made a promise to Canadians that the federal government would be there during this pandemic, whatever happens. Whatever the level of needs is, we will be there for families, for workers, for small businesses and large businesses. And we have been there and we will continue to be there. The federal government is currently going forward with Bill C9, which should be passed in the Senate in the following days, which would allow up to 90% support for commercial rents for businesses that were forced to close because of public health directives. We are here to support businesses, workers, families, elders and young people. We're here to help Canadians get through this because we know that the best way to protect the economy and our businesses is to keep this pandemic under control and reduce the number of cases. This is what we're going to do, and this is what we have done.
So they're working on it.
Hello, Mr. Trudeau from Radio-Canada. I have a question about
Simple solutions. Does all your news media sound like a monkey?
There is no mechanism right now for those who are victims of information that have lost everything and have to live with the stress of calls and paperwork.
Sorry, I was eating munchies there. So does all your news media sound like a machine designed to program you? Yeah, it does. Here in Canada, it does. Pretty much. All of this stuff. The only real news that we get is like from Rebel News, which are out on the streets, out there. Other than that, this is the kind of shit that's spewed to us. Let's fast. I'm gonna just kind of fast forward here.
That will require a differentiated approach, and we're working very carefully and closely with the provinces and other partners to make sure that vulnerable Canadians get these vaccines on a priority basis. But even as I know we all like to talk about the potential of vaccines in the coming months, we still have to get through the next month and the month after that before vaccines arrive, where we need to do what we can, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel coming, knowing that we have to make sure that we're getting through this difficult winter as best we can. That's the focus of this government.
Hi, Prime Minister Abigail Beeman, Global News. Do you believe that a national lockdown is inevitable? And on the question on how broad one may be, I'm wondering where you stand on the idea of closing schools.
I think those are questions that a lot of Canadians have. What are the next steps? How are we going to get this this virus under control? What's going to happen in schools? Those are questions, quite rightly, for our medical experts and for provincial authorities. As people know, the federal government's role is to be there to support the provinces in the decisions they make. We delivered over $25 billion in supports to the provinces for things like testing and contact tracing and protection for vulnerable people. We've developed an app. We've worked on delivering PPE and manufacturing PPE in Canada. We've moved forward on supports for mental health, for opioid addictions. We've moved forward with a range of investments, including getting kids back to school safely to the provinces. That are all designed to be able to make sure the provinces can make the right decisions to protect their citizens. On top of that, we've given direct supports to families right across the country, to workers who've been laid off or lost hours, to small businesses, to large businesses. We've continued to move forward on everything the federal government needs to do to make sure Canadians get through this. We will continue to work with the provinces and public health authorities on what needs to be done to get this pandemic under control. But obviously, what they're looking at in the Atlantic bubble, what they're looking at in the Arctic, what they're looking at in places like Alberta or Ontario differ greatly from one region to the next. And that's why the federal government is there to support Canadians, to support the provinces, and to work with the provinces as they make the decisions on how to flatten the curve in their region.
A question. There was this issue of Christmas. Do you see more stringent federal restrictions coming into place? Do you think Christmas will be possible in small family groups? Answer. I think that this idea of bringing up the Emergency Measures Act or having more stringent restrictions, I don't think we're there yet. I hope we won't, and I don't think we will, because what I see from the provinces is that they are taking action. They are putting in place more restrictions so that we can slow down COVID-19's progression. We know that this will be no ordinary Christmas. It won't be like Christmas 2019. And to what extent there will be restrictions or limits on what people can do, well, all of that will depend on the region they're in, and it will also depend on what we manage to do together in the coming weeks. We have to act now.
Yeah, they are.
Dr. Tam highlighted
You're right,
that we might have 10,000 new cases per day in December. That is not the direction we want to head towards if we hope to have a Christmas that lets us at least have a sort of normal Christmas. But there's things we can do right now to help us have the best circumstances possible.
As we look towards the coming months, a lot of people are wondering what Christmas is going to look like. Obviously, the holidays will be different this year than in years past. There's no question about that. But how different and how much we're able to do will depend on a few things. What region of the country you're in, what people are able to do between now and the holidays in order to flatten the curve, to reduce the number of cases. We will continue to work with the provinces in a very collaborative way.
Haley,
Provinces all obviously want the same thing, to save as many lives as possible, to prevent our health systems from getting overwhelmed. And that's why we're going to continue to work with them. I don't think it is going to be necessary, certainly it's not desirable, to invoke the Federal Emergencies Act. I think we can work closely with the provinces on making sure we're all doing the right things without having to go heavy-handed from the federal government.
Thank you, Prime Minister. This is all the time you have with us today. C'est tout le temps que vous avez avec nous aujourd'hui. That's all the time you have with us today.
And which is, again, why we have to get the number of cases under control, because it can have significant longer-term impacts. But it is, I think, within the realms of the discussion, frequent discussion, I think, with the deputy ministers and the ministers of health in terms of the health system capacity piece. And from a public health perspective, we've been really given...
That would relieve some of the pressures you've talked about, where people are canceling surgeries and whatnot.
So the pandemic response is a multi-departmental response, of which the Canadian Armed Forces, the military, has been an integral partner. I think it is really important that we do everything to not get to the point where the military has to sort of redeploy, for example, to long-term care facilities. But of course, people can get ready to do that. We've engaged the Canadian
military being deployed to long-term care facilities. Bullshit.
Red Cross
I got
for
no
the
words.
purposes of building up capacities that are not the more civilian focus, so that you don't get there, because that's not what the military was created for, is to backstop all long-term care facilities. So we have to do everything to not have them get there. But they are involved in they are incredible logisticians and have expertise in so many aspects of the logistics side of the response. And so I think with the vaccine distribution, that kind of expertise is really paramount. And then we've been obviously working.
So the same as that you guys are literally dealing with. The military will distribute and coordinate the vaccine for you guys. Our military is going to do the exact same here, because there's no other fucking way to get the vaccine out to the people except for using military personnel. So when the military personnel shows up and they're like, you take the vaccine, you're gonna, obviously people are gonna say no, but it's the military. So they're using the military, their strong arm, to intimidate the people. This is stupid. I'm just gonna skim through this.
Working with that kind of expertise for some.
Though, and everyone involved is I think appreciative of the fact is that between now and December, it's supposed to happen during the holiday season. Lots can happen, right? And people recognize that there's still that sort of unknown factor in terms of what the situation will be like in Canada at that point in time. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Annie.
Hi there, it's Annie with CTV National News. My question is for both of you. Back in March, you projected that anywhere from 11,000 to 22,000 people would die of COVID-19 over the entire epidemic. We are just about 9 months into this, and already more than 11,000 Canadians have died of COVID-19. What is behind this massive increase in the death projections? It's far higher than initially projected just 9 months ago.
Well, I think in terms of scenarios, there were, if people remember, the sort of green curves and different types of attack rates. So there are different projections based on different types of attack rates in Canada. So obviously, if we keep to the low end, we will see less serious impacts. So those are different ranges of predictions. So I'm just trying to recall which session.
Okay, let's just shut her up for a minute because that's about as much as I can deal with.
Do that. I'm going to put a link down below. Real good friend of mine. His wife was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer, and they are financially strapped right now. And it's a GoFundMe page for his wife. And if you have a couple dollars to spare, it would mean the world to me if you go down there, take a look at it, look at her photo. The House Resolution 6666. Here we go. I've received a ton of emails, both in Instagram and my email address, codaboy32@gmail.com, concerning this new House Resolution 6666. And thank God there's 4 6s in it, right? So I kind of held back because one of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to overreact. A lot of that going on these days, especially when it starts, we're talking about this COVID thing. I mean, a lot of people think it's a conspiracy. A lot of people think, me personally, I think it was China trying to get back at us for all the stuff that Trump did. I don't know. Who am I? But anyway, you got Dr. Fauci over there talking about to Congress today about what if we open up the country too soon. And I would like to have somebody counteract that with, what if we don't open the country soon enough? What's going to happen then? People who have small businesses are going broke. The country can't give away all the money it has. I mean, there's one thing. If we provide money to people who need it now, or companies, it's only coming from the people who are paying taxes. So it's just a cyclical effect here. It does nobody any good. But the fear is that while we're trying to provide and make sure that people have enough money to eat, we're basically starving ourselves to death. So there's going to come a time where we're going to have to go back to work. We're going to have to accept the risk. I mean, every day you go to Walmart, or you go to your local Harris Teeter, or whatever grocery store you go to. You're accepting the risk that in order to feed my family, I got to go buy food. Well, there's another step to that that's called going to work. Yeah, so there's a lot of frustration going on. A lot of people acting on this stuff. And you know what? Kudos to everyone who's going out there, especially those guys out in Michigan who have their guns. Sean Hannity, kiss my ass. So anyway, one of the things we want to talk about is HR 6666, because there's a lot of people who are reading into this thing, they're reacting wrong. And if you don't agree with me, please write it in the comments section down below. Let's have a dialogue about this thing. So anyway, this thing was introduced by a congressman out of the 1st District of Illinois.
All right, let's do it. This guy.
Can you go to advancedmedicine.com and you'll see the live stream coming through there, and you should be able to see if people are saying that it's coming through just on the homepage, advancedmedicine.com. Everybody can hear me. Thank you guys for tuning in. You guys got to let everybody know this message that I'm about to give you, because this is something that I just found out. It's beyond belief. This is regarding a House resolution that was initiated on May 1st of this year, like 4, 5, 6 days. Well, I don't even know what day it is right now, but it was May 1st introduced into the U.S. Congress. It's a House Resolution 6666. That is not an exaggeration. I have no idea how this works, but this is what the actual House Resolution number is, 6666. And I'm going to read you what that House Resolution is. Please make sure that you pass this on to every single person that you know. I don't care whether you're in the United States or not, you got to get this information out. House Rule 66, or House Resolution 6666, is for COVID-19 testing, reaching, and contacting everyone Act. The acronym is TRACE Act. Again, TRACE Act stands for testing, reaching, and contacting everyone. It was introduced by Bobby Rush, who is a Democrat from the state of Illinois. And they have introduced this bill into the House, and they're going to roll this out from a testing standpoint in Ventura County, California, which happens to be where I'm at right now. And I couldn't believe that I heard this, but basically this act is to allow individuals to come into your house, and if you've got a cough, or somebody in your family has a cough, or you have a fever, or anything that they determine that shows that you have COVID-19, regardless of whether you've been tested or not. They will also test people, but remember that testing already has been shown to be there to be a high rate of false positives. False positives meaning you don't have COVID-19, but the test shows it's false positive. It's showing up as positive, so they call it a false positive. We already know from the studies previously done as far back as 1984, but as recently as 2018, that individuals that did not have COVID-19 or coronavirus, even in the cat model, cats that had never been exposed to coronavirus tested positive if they had had a flu shot, if they had the trivalent or the covalent flu shot.
Wait a minute.
We don't know
Whoa,
about the
hold on a second.
H1N1 shot. We don't know about the herpes zoster.
So wait a minute. Our Canadian government here is saying to us, make sure you go out and get your flu shot. Make sure you get your flu shot. We heard them just say that. Make sure you go and get your flu shot. This doctor's saying that getting the flu shot will make you test positive for COVID. Weird. You think that's a coincidence?
Shot, the shingles shot, there's many other vaccines that people have gotten. We have no idea if people are going to be testing positive, have false positives based upon those tests. So the point is that the chance of them testing someone and them being high, them being positive is pretty doggone high, even if the person doesn't have COVID-19. But they're going to use that to pull you or your loved ones, especially your children, away under pretense of public safety. They're going to say that your child has to be removed from you because you have COVID-19, and so to protect your child, we're going to take that child. Or we're going to take your grandmother or your father or you and put you into quarantine. This is a load of rubbish, because if you're in your home, isolated, who are you going to expose? All right? And if they're going to try to take you away from your family, the chances of you having infected your family, even if you did really have COVID-19, is about 99.9%. So this is a bunch of BS. They're using this as an attempt to further divide us as individuals. They divided us from our friends, from our social circles. Now they're dividing us from our own family units. This is the most ominous sign so far that we've seen. I want you to all wake up. I want you to pass this information on. I want you to tell every single person that you know what's happening. If you're not in the United States, I don't care. It's coming to your country as well. And if you're in the United States, you need to contact your representatives. Right now, if you go to askdrbuttar.com/ask, right underneath my image, you'll see that link. Go to that website, follow the information that it's asking, enter that information in, and then you're going to be taken to a page. The first one is a petition. It's a petition about censorship against media that mainstream media has right now, as well as social platforms. Sign that petition. Second thing is a website, or is a link that'll take you to allow you to send any letter that you want to people to elected officials on the municipal level, on the state level, and on the federal level, and tell them that you violently oppose HR 6666. Every single person needs to do that right now. You don't have to even know your House members or your representatives or your governor or your mayor. You don't have to have any information. That link that we have, all you do is type in your name, your email address, and then click on your zip code, and it will automatically find your elected officials, and with one letter you'll get it to every single person. It's actually going to work for Australia, and it's also going to work, I think Australia, UK, and Canada, I think, is coming down the pipeline. Right now it may only be working for the US, but our plan is within the next couple of days it will work for elected officials in Australia, in Canada, in the UK, and in the US. For right now it's in the US. So write down that you oppose HR 6666, the TRACE Act, the testing, I'm so flustered right now I can't even think. What was it? Testing, Reaching, and Contacting Everyone Act. I want to now read you a quote from a Supreme Court justice, and remember this. James Agler Fee said, "The privilege against self-incrimination, which is basically to ensure your freedom," and we're talking about the exact same thing here, to ensure your freedom, "is neither accorded to the passive resistant nor the person who is ignorant of his rights, nor to one indifferent thereto. It is a fighting clause. Its benefits can be retained only by sustained combat. It cannot be retained by attorney or solicitor. It is valid only when insisted upon by a belligerent claimant in person. the one who is persuaded by honeyed words or moral suasion to testify or produce rather than to make a last-ditch stand to ensure their own freedom, simply loses the protection. He must refuse to answer or produce and against all odds. Now, it goes on. You guys can look up the quote yourself. Judge James Agrafe, a Supreme Court Justice. I want you to remember that this is how it all begins. Do not sit still. Let everyone in your social network know. Pass this on, pay it forward, because tomorrow it could be your family, in your county, in your state, this is going to happen. If you're in Ventura County, California right now, you need to do something today, because if you don't, tomorrow it's going to be your child or your parent or your spouse that's going to be removed. It's going to be your brother or your sister. So you need to do something right now. I will be back this coming Monday, like I am every Monday evening, New York time, 8:15 p.m. Central, 8:15 p.m. New York time to do my regular live broadcast. So guys, join me, and I'll see you then.
It is time to wake up.
It certainly is. Do what needs to be done.
I have no words. I have no words for that stupid shit. This is our government. We're already in this bullshit right now as it is. Alright, let's look at this chat. Let's see if I can get caught up. I know I missed a whole whack of stuff. If I missed any donations or anything like that, I apologize. If I missed any chats or anything like that, I'm sorry. Can you shout out hi to Doug and Ryan? Hey,
they should.
Doug and Ryan.
Yeah, they
welcome.
They should just
welcome to the show. Derek, where you live? Derek. Nah, he's not gay. The guy sleeping in his bed is.
Hey man, a bird took a poop on the back of your truck, man. A bird took a poop, yeah. It's right underneath the latch that opens your trunk.
Yeah, he's talking about the, oh crap, now he's blowing smoke. Now he's blowing smoke.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Go wash that off.
You'll have less problems with that truck. That looks like a little clip.
Huh.
That was important, Wayne. I don't know, there's
You know another reason you can be stopped? Your tail light's busted. You got white light coming back. I'm just showing you. Put some red tape over it. If you don't want to get stopped, fix your stuff.
Best thing, just drop the tailgate, get that forward route, and run down the road.
No, don't do that.
No, don't do that. We're not.
Guys says I could have ran from you guys.
Remember the 3rd of November when Democrats tried to steal the election and the American people said, fuck that shit. Democrats think they're going to steal this election right out in the open. You know, they didn't even try to hide it. Ain't going to happen. We will never accept the results as it stands now. Democrats cheated.
What was that there,
all
Gus?
the cheating went towards Biden. All the double voting.
You want the link?
That voted in the wrong state. All the dead people.
Or you guys want the link for that, what I just posted there? Okay, give me a sec. Where was that? Okay, I'll have to find it there. Oh, it was HR 666. 6666.
Supposed glitch there? It wasn't a glitch, it was done on purpose. In those Dominion voting machines, Trump was winning hands down the night of the election. They paused it and then stopped counting. All right? They stopped counting the votes, supposedly. We get up in the morning to find out that Biden won by hundreds of thousands of votes when Trump was winning by hundreds of thousands of votes the night before. So, we're not stupid.
Hey guys, if you're new to the channel, please consider hitting that thumbs up button. I'd really appreciate it. It does really help out.
Black Lives Matter guy show up. He wants to debate us. He says the election's over. The media called it. And we're going to keep waving our flags for Trump. The election is not over. The media doesn't call it. They never have. Yeah, the software used in those Dominion voting machines were used in other countries to throw elections. The hell are we doing using that stuff here, man? Texas knew better. They said they didn't want to use those machines because they knew better. CHAZ over in Venezuela kept winning over and over again because he was using those Dominion voting machines. And so I went to D.C. for that Million MAGA March. And let me tell you right now, there was 1 million people there. Easily. Yeah, what you see in the pictures...
Blind dude, save that link.
That somebody took from a building and stuff, you see all these people. That was only part of it. That wasn't the whole thing. That's right. Yeah, that crowd stretched out for miles. Yeah, we were out there marching all day long, completely peaceful, until it started getting dark. And the Black Lives Matter people and the Antifa idiots came out and started a bunch of shit. So, and then the Proud Boys beat their asses. End of story. That was it. Yeah, they ran like a bunch of little bitches, man, when those Proud Boys got there. Got to them. Yeah. Yeah, the police don't do shit. That's why we have the Proud Boys, you know what I mean? Police ain't gonna do nothing. They were gone. Proud Boys, they're patriots. Yep, that's right. That's it. We're gonna win this.
Yes, we are.
That's it, man. Thank you.
Donald Trump forever. Donald Trump forever.
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 Yeah. It ain't over, guys. They're digging through all the evidence, kicking out all the fraud, man. They're gonna prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Trump is still your president. I can't wait to see how triggered the weirdos get. Are you going to take that vaccine when it comes out? Heck yeah. You are? You're braver than I am. I don't think I'm going to. Are you going to take that vaccine when it comes out?
Yeah.
You will? I'm not. I'm not. I'm going to let the Democrats take it.
Oh.
See if there's any side effects. Hey, are you going to take that vaccine when it comes out? Oh, yeah? No? I take that as a no. Are you going to take that vaccine when it comes out or no?
Hell
No.
no.
You going to take it?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Well, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, in order to come into Walmart, you need to show us your vaccine card.
Well, then I won't be shopping at Walmart.
Just like they do with the mask right now, that's what they're going to do with the vaccine card.
I don't want a 6-toe then.
Yeah, you're not injecting me with that poison.
Yep.
Let the Democrats take it. Let's see what happens. We'll wait a year, and if they live through it, then maybe I'll take it.
Exactly.
What's that? You know the sheep will take it. Are y'all gonna take that vaccine when it comes out? Are you kidding?
Hell no.
No.
No, senor.
No. Are you gonna take that vaccine when it comes out?
I'm gonna wait and see how many people drop over.
Yeah. Let's let the Democrats take it.
That's right. They should volunteer first.
Yeah, and if they live through it, then maybe then we'll talk about taking it.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Will you take the vaccine when it comes out?
No.
You won't?
Not on a survival.
Are you taking it? No.
Not on a survival rate that they have.
It only kills 10% of the people. Come on.
Less than that.
Less than that?
Yeah, I got one thing to say.
What was that, sir?
Fuck Joe Biden. Nobody ever voted for him. They just fabricated the votes.
Yeah.
Nobody. Show me one person who voted for him. And nobody out here.
I could show you, but they're
Dead.
in a tomb. They're dead. Yeah. We all know Biden didn't win. He didn't come close to winning. You know why? Because he's a horrible candidate. And he didn't campaign at all. Not at all. He stayed in the basement the whole time. You can't win that way.
Fox News is still claiming that he won.
Fuck Fox News. Don't watch Fox News. If you follow Fox News on Facebook, unfollow them. Don't watch them on TV.
Newsmax.
Yeah. Go to Newsmax. We've all boycotted Fox News. Fuck Fox News. Yeah, this message is for Hannity and Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham. Go somewhere else. Go to Newsmax. How about that? Get your ass to Newsmax. Because we ain't watching you if you're on Fox News. Joey B, Trump 2020. Follow him on YouTube.
What's up, Joey B?
He was in D.C. with us. He's Joey Trump 2020.
Yeah,
no, he's like Joey B, Trump 2020.
We had a blast, man. Oh my God, it was so many.
He got to meet Brandon Tatum, opposite Tatum, when I wasn't around, and that's the only thing that pissed me off. I wanted to meet that guy.
Yeah, it was awesome. I should have interviewed him. I was like, I didn't even think of it.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you got a selfie with him, so that's good.
And
He took videos in D.C. too, so if you want to see his version, check him out on YouTube.
Check it out.
Hey, that vaccine's almost ready. You gonna take it?
Absolutely not. Not even.
Oh, you gonna take that flu shot?
Not me, man.
You gonna take the China flu shot?
Hell no.
I ain't taking none of that shit.
No.
Yeah, don't inject me with that poison. She is from Georgia, and she came up to wave flags with us.
Hey, Jeff! Love you!
Give your husband a shout out, damn it! Okay. Bazooka Joe, you gonna take that flu shot when it comes out? No. No, me neither.
You know, they control my country, everything. That's why we don't want to go back.
No.
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 Joe Biden wants to make China great again.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
You see that?
There's a lot of money in it for Biden if he can help make China great again.
You know,
Biden will sell this whole country out.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it seem like COVID is coming back again because they want to lock everything down because of Georgia. All right? There's a runoff election there for these Senate seats, man, and we can't let these Democrats take them or they'll control the Senate. They want Georgians to vote by mail, okay? So they can rig that one too. No damn way, man. You gotta vote in person. We gotta change the way we vote in this country, all right? Because it's rigged. Hillary Clinton, when she ran against Trump that first time, she thought she was gonna win for sure because they rigged it. She was so confident she was gonna win. A month before we went to vote, Hillary Clinton tweeted on Twitter a picture of herself as a little girl, and the caption read, "Happy birthday." She was talking about herself. "Happy birthday to the first female president." That's how confident she was going to win. That's because they cheated, but they underestimated Trump supporters, didn't they? Yeah. Democrats have been cheating for decades. Obama didn't win that second term. Legit, he cheated. What's up, dude?
Get in there, brother.
Yeah? You still got the DC hangover?
A little bit.
I'm a little tired still. Jeremy went. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It was cool. I'm glad I went, man. I'm glad I was a part of it.
Yeah, it was fun, man. History, dude.
Yeah, that was some serious history.
I was trying to keep fighting a good fight.
Yep. Yeah, this fight isn't over. We're not going to quit. And we're not going to stand for this cheating. No. The media doesn't call it, guys. Trump's got some time. Him and his lawyers are going to put out all of the fraud, and it's going to be overwhelming. You know, this guy over here, this Black Lives Matter guy, he's going to be in shock.
Sorry,
when he finds
guys.
out Trump won again.
That is the last time I eat spicy guacamole while I'm going live.
He doesn't know about the cheating. He has no idea. He watches CNN. Yeah. What cheating? What dead people voting? What are you talking about? The software was switching Trump votes to Biden votes. I ain't heard that. No one's told me that. My media didn't tell me that.
Relative destruction during the Civil
He doesn't know anything, but he wants to argue with us. Like, let's just say the FBI is going to investigate fraud. Would you feel comfortable in trusting the FBI to look into fraud? Not anymore. We don't trust the FBI for shit. They've lost all credibility.
Well, wait. What was that, Chuck? YouTube reinstated Jeff Mack. They dropped their strikes against them. In light of what they told you last night, that is bull. Yeah, I agree. They will not. I emailed them. I got their tech support online. I got their tech support on Twitter, and they're all saying, "Well, you know, there's not much we could do, blah, 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 this and that. And they still have not reversed the strike. They just tell me, you're going to have to wait the 90 days. So how ridiculous is that? I totally agree. They will not reverse the strike. It's stupid.
You know, I don't trust anybody, man.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, they had Hunter Biden's laptop for a year. They ain't done shit with it. So, the media is in on it, social media. This is just another coup. I just want to say one more time, Fox News. Dominion voting machines are corrupt, and they were used in 37 states to rig the election. Racist Joe!
They get on Trump supporters for doing that.
Yeah, I thought that's a white supremacy hand sign. Joe, you white supremacist, you! Say no to racist Joe!
Antifa, yes, Antifa and BLM have been getting away with it for years in that city, harassing and terrorizing any.
The cops don't do shit about it, do they?
They don't do nothing. That night, Antifa took the biggest ass beating they've ever experienced in that city. Proud Boys and Trump supporters in the hundreds.
Almost at 300 thumbs up, guys. Almost at 300.
Hiding behind the cops?
Hiding behind the cops. You know,
Almost at 300 thumbs up, yeah.
You go hide behind the police.
The Proud Boys beat their ass.
They mauled them. They mocked them on the ground. Literally, they got wiped out in one thing. And then we marched up to the White House with a big Trump flag and everything like that. So it was a patriotic day, man.
Did those guys go through that Black Lives Matter square and tear all that shit down?
There was another group of about 200 Trump supporters that
These guys rock, man.
BLM Plaza and started tearing down all that film.
Rumble has no live. I suspected they didn't.
Lafayette Square.
Someone said that they were working on it.
BLM Plaza.
On the chain link fence, they have the nastiest drawings, anti-Trump messages on there. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Trump supporters said, we're going to clean house, we're going to clean up the community. They started tearing it all down.
Awesome. Yeah. Now, are you guys going to take the vaccine when it comes out?
Of course.
You will?
But I've already had it. I'm immune.
You've already had COVID?
That's right.
And you lived? Of course. Did you catch COVID?
I certainly did.
And you lived?
No, it was just a cold.
Oh my God! Yeah, if you catch COVID, you sneeze 2 times and you're over it. That's what I heard.
It's a democratic attempt to reset the world.
I can't read anything without my glasses.
Oh, that was just posted. Ukraine has now listed Joe Biden as wanted on Class A felony charges. I want to wish him a safe flight back to Kiev and a very
Ukraine has a warrant out for Joe Biden's arrest. So somebody needs to go knock on Biden's basement and warn him.
That was just listed with City Powell. Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay. Release the Kraken! Release that son of a bitch!
Do you have any history of Absolutely not. I have not.
Aaron went to D.C. with us. Follow him, America Plus, on Facebook. Black Lives Matter guy. Belt loops matter. Belt loops matter. This is Miguel. He was the one in my video that the Antifa guy stole his Trump flag, and Miguel said, I don't think so.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah. He was about to stop that dude when the cops moved in.
If those police wouldn't have stopped me, it would have been over.
That little tiny Antifa guy is so lucky the cops were there to save his ass. Yeah, man. Don't mess with Miguel. They'll kick your ass.
After this weekend, it's over.
Yeah. It's over. Yeah, man. Joe Biden has pre-inauguration syndrome. It's not his fault. He's got dementia. He is not president-elect. Put your mask on right. That ain't how you wear it. Wear your earplugs. Damn it. Republicans fly the flag. Democrats burn it. Remember that. Biden isn't going to be president. You wait. You'll find out. The facts are going to come out soon. Lefties' heads are going to explode. I can't wait. Trump fought for us for 4 years. The least we can do is fight for him. Apparently, Georgia's going to do that recount, right? But they're not going to verify signatures. They're just going to recount all the fraudulent votes all over again? What the hell good is that? Stupid. Ty Riggard! Hey, you want to talk about woke? Huh? Trump woke up 100 million patriots. Hey, I heard Joe Biden grabbed Michelle Obama's penis. It might be just a rumor, though. It's not a rumor, it's true. It's true. I knew it. Hey, 15 days to slow the spread, y'all. All we need is 15 days to slow the spread. Come on. Who's with me? A year later. Hey, try pulling that shit on us again. Ain't gonna happen. Biden wrote the crime bill that locked up black men. Trump let him out.
So Biden actually pardoned my father, who was in jail because of that bill, and he pardoned him.
Where are all your Black Lives Matter buddies, dude?
Because
where are all your buddies at? Where are all the Black Lives Matter?
We won the election, so they don't show up anymore. That's what happens when you lose.
Your head is gonna explode, dude, when you find out the truth. That is hilarious. We won, so we don't need to come out anymore. Yep, she was there. Yep. We're stopping the steal. I think America is one of the most corrupt countries on the planet, probably.
Boy, it seems like it.
Yeah.
He's going to open up a bag of worms.
Every inch of this country has been corrupted. It is deep.
He's going to open up a bag of worms.
How do we fix this mess? All we want is a fair election. Is that too much to ask for? The media doesn't tell you the whole story. The media says there's no indications of fraud. They're lying to you. So, there's other people out there reporting the truth. And then if they post it on social media, they'll censor you. They're working together to keep you ignorant. You can't stop the truth from coming out. Democrats cheated. And the Patriots aren't gonna let it happen. I feel like it's crazy, man. The crime of the century, right? Rigging the American election. But the people investigating and only have a short window to put out their evidence. You know what I mean? We need to audit this entire election thoroughly. A forensic audit. You know? Get to the bottom of this. You got a triggered loser! What's up, triggered loser? Why are you triggered? Anything you want? What a triggered bitch! Triggered loser! Why are you so triggered? She's triggered because she knows they cheated. Dunkin' Donuts matters, bitch! Dunkin' Donuts matters! You're a fucking loser!
That's the news media won't tell the truth. They really won't tell the truth.
Well, they have never told the truth to us. Why would they start now?
Well, they didn't expect for us to rise up the way we did.
Yeah.
But who did tell the truth was Newsmax.
Yeah.
They bought the whole thing, they put it in closer and they took it out so you can see the side streets and all around.
Yeah.
They said they estimate 1.5 million was there.
Wow.
But they told.
Oh yeah, by the way, fuck Fox News.
Yeah, fuck Fox News. Fox News is fake as hell. They trying to get it back. Trying to get us back, but y'all don't go back. Leave Fox News alone. They are the devil himself.
Yep.
Who would have thought somebody recognized me like that? And the first said, "Where's Jeff at?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Oh, he was right." And as soon as you left me,
wanted to get pictures with you and all that.
yeah, and my it was crazy.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have to thank Jeff.
Miss Ray is one of the most popular characters on the show.
Don't say that. Don't say
I keep
that.
calling it a show. It's like a show.
Yeah, but don't say that because I'm out here for a purpose, and my purpose is to make sure that my president get fairly treated.
Yeah.
Not only me, but all the patriots get fairly treated.
And don't mess with Miss Ray. She got bail money, baby.
I didn't have no bail money in D.C. because damn, their bails was too damn high.
Yeah.
Oh man, but it was beautiful to see all the patriots. They had patriots from everywhere.
Yep.
They even had the Amish out there. They had the priests out there in their long robe. Any and everybody was out there for one and one thing only, to let them know we're not silent no more, darling.
No, we aren't.
We ain't
No,
silent
Trump
no more.
started a revolution, and the revolution is drain the fucking swamp.
Yes, and the
All I want to say is, Antifa, if you didn't get enough of having your ass kicked,
that's right.
You let us know. We'll come back.
Yeah.
You want some more of that Proud Boys shit, huh? I don't think so. Well, Biden could get an average of like 50 people at one of his rallies. Trump's got tens of thousands. We know who won this election. We know. You know what? Democrats are going to get busted. They better put fuckers in jail for this. We'll have another revolt. We're sick of it. We want our country back, damn it. Get out there, wave your Trump flags. Let's fight for Trump. He's been fighting for us. Yeah! Didn't I see you in D.C.? That's what I thought, dude. Yeah.
Where's BLM? They've been here for 3 months straight.
They think they won.
What? They were being paid. They were being paid.
Yeah, probably so.
He's right. They were being paid.
One BLMer showed up, and he said the rest of his crew ain't here because they won. Big mistake, thinking it's over. But they got tiny brains. So
they got tiny brains.
That probably explains a lot.
You notice the BLM that's been here forever now, like 3 months. They're all gone. They're not on the payroll anymore, the Democrat Party, so they're like, man, it ain't worth getting paid for, unless they're getting paid.
Megaphone Barry!
What's up?
Hey, are you gonna take that vaccine when it comes out?
I don't know, man. It all depends. If it's still Donald Trump's president, yes.
If it's got the Donald Trump seal of approval on it, you will?
Yes, if it has Donald Trump's seal of approval.
I still ain't taking it.
You still won't take it. I know you won't.
No. Democrats, they're the donkey. Republicans, they're the elephant. There's a new party. We're the Trumpers, man, and we're the lions. We ain't taking no more shit. The fight is not over. It's not over. It's just beginning. That's it.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Still a triggered loser, are ya?
Stupid thing. My keyboard's not working, guys. Here, I can do this. My keyboard's not working. There it is. Got it. There you go. I had it. Just had to unplug it, plug it back in. Alright, let's get this. What's going on here? He's still sitting in that parking lot. It's food anyways. All that porn. Okay. This guy will blow my mind. Let's check him out.
Alright, I have now a cruiser camera in my car again. Thanks to the guys at Walmart and their
Okay, hold on a sec. I gotta make sure his stuff is not conspiracy. Oh, this guy, yes. I don't know if I can play him or not without getting a copyright. Haley, all the conspiracy, I'm pregnant and it's your baby. Simple solutions.
Alright.
That could be a serious thing.
So can't you make it not shareable?
Pregnant and it's my baby.
Stuff. But I don't appreciate somebody making money off of a live stream that's supposed to be 100% free. So since we have people who are being selfish, and I don't really feel like I want to be part of them doing it. Stuff that we do, I've been.
I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling better. Let's get another feed up here before more babies pop up.
Anytime that you get money involved in something like this, then you have people thinking that somehow, some way, the money's coming back to
Somehow, some way,
or the police department, and therefore they think that department, that officer, is a little bit crooked because there's money involved, and I don't want to be part of that. Sorry. So yeah.
This is
Not sure how I
ridiculous.
feel about that. So. Y'all have a wonderful night.
Geek Poet.
And,
yeah, go ahead.
I'll think about how I'm going to deal with this. We'll have a discussion.
Oh, damn, my little troll Adam is back. Missed
Has it happened before? Not to my knowledge.
Because there's no other good streams to go troll, so all the trolls come here.
Transparency to the
That's
public
right.
to show them policing, how we actually do police work. Without the hype.
314 thumbs up. So what we got? 300. We have 314 thumbs up. No, 311. Oh, we had some taken away. Whatever.
You guys be good.
Can I have a wrench temporarily? I gave you one. We lost our feed. There's no such thing. Okay, hold on. I gotta get rid of this crap here. Hold on. Well, ain't that Turds Island? Can't even count on the cops to have a feed. That guy usually on all night. There's like no... But oh, wait. What did I just see? I just seen something here. This is people replaying old shit again. Like, come on, people. Like, it's so pathetic that these guys are doing this shit. What is this? TV. Oh, hold on. That might actually be something. TV Live. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, wait a minute. TW. What's this?
You either got to have donated or an EMT, first responder, any kind of first responder. Veterans, if you're a veteran, you get your name up here for free.
For free? Oh.
Being in service, get your name on here. Or former service, your name gets put on here. Jeff Whitner, yes sir, your name is right there, sir. It's right there.
You gotta add more names to it right now. Sweet. We got a lot of names to add. Now that we're getting caught up, we can do good.
Dispatch, continue to scan, just in case we get a call. We don't want to miss any good calls. 24 years in the Air Force? Jeez, who's that? I missed a comment.
Okay, guys.
Okay,
guys, it literally says right on the... It literally says right on the description of the video, for licensing permission to use, contact. If I play that, I get a strike. That's it, and we're done. So please, if you're going to look for videos, I absolutely love the videos. I love the links. Doesn't matter what it's to. Just try to stay away from the YouTube videos. If you're going to use a YouTube video to send links, I have no problem with that. Just let me bring this up so I can show you guys exactly what to look for when you're looking for links. Okay, so let's see, we got it right here. Let's say we're gonna look for dogs, right? All right, so we got dogs. What you want to do is click this little filter up here. You see this filter? You click this filter. And you want to go down to features. Go over to Creative Commons. This is important, people. Creative Commons. Click the Creative Commons. Now, all these videos I'm allowed to use. And look, if I click on this one,
one of the most
look at right underneath here. You go down to the bottom. Look what it says right there. Licensing. Whoops. Licensing. Creative Commons. Reuse allowed. I'm allowed to reuse this stuff. So just keep that in mind when you're pulling links from YouTube, or else I'll get screwed. I know a lot of people don't know about that, but just so you know. So features or filters, features, Creative Commons, and we can do it. If there's a video that you see online and it's a YouTube video, if you go down to licensing and you see Creative Commons reuse allowed, awesome. I don't have to ask for permission. Then we're cooking with butter, and we don't have to worry about anything. So, hold on. There you go. Is that better? All right, so let's get this back up and running here. Jenna Marbles, man, she doesn't YouTube anymore, eh? She had 20 million subscribers. Her last video was 5 months ago. You know, one thing I've noticed about these big YouTubers that from back in the day, they just stopped. It's like they just stopped. I don't know if they get burnt out or what the case is, but it's crazy. All right, so let me bring this up.
His name up here. Where did we put his name?
Now, I did get a comment in an email today about my videos being low compared to my voice, and you can barely hear the video. So I'm going to work on something in the next week to figure out how I can integrate all the audio into one feed altogether. All right, let's get this show on the road.
We did.
So, where was that?
Let's see.
Where is So we have a link here. Someone posted a link. Brian Smith was hidden. Why was Brian Smith hidden?
His name's be vanishing. Be vanishing.
Okay, why was Brian Smith hidden? Someone explain to me why Brian Smith was hidden. Better.
Oh. Alright. Alright, guys.
I can't see anywhere where he made a comment or anything before, so I'm just wondering why he was hidden.
Parents were in the army?
No, it was 55 that did it.
Yeah, I think it says his parents were, his dad was a cop or something like that. Can't remember. We spelled Gonzalo wrong on Bibiana? No. It's not, it's Casales.
Updating site reason I'm down will be now page as soon as it. How?
Alright. 10-4.
It doesn't say he was unhidden either.
We
okay, he was.
Your Facebook name.
Alright, anyways, I don't know. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, we need to get a call,
links.
guys. I'm gonna put you guys
there
on
was a
the,
link in here. I'm trying to find it.
We're gonna take a break
here
on
we go.
the names
55
for
had a
right
link.
now, guys. That way we can start listening to
There we go.
I don't know if our dispatch
Live New York armed hostage situation. Nice.
Sorry, guys.
55.
Facebook Saturday.
Armed hostage situation. Wow, what did I just do there? So that's an armed hostage situation on the left, and that is the cops on the right. So let me check. I'm going to check something else here. So you know what we'll do is we'll take this and we'll put this over here. We'll mute that. So that's an armed hostage situation. So we'll just keep that on the side for now. I don't know where it's located. New York City. Black Lives Matter. Alright, let's see. Big tech company. Wayne. Geek Poach. Okay. Alright guys. What do we got? It's 1:30 in the morning. We'll go for another half an hour or so and then we'll wrap it up. I just want to say thank you to everybody that is here tonight. Everybody that supports the channel, comes, hangs out with me. Everybody that's donating their time, money, just everything. Sharing out the link. helping me get this channel up and going. So I really appreciate each and every one of you for doing that. And if you're new here and you like what we're doing, consider hitting that thumbs up button. It really does help the channel, gets noticed, gets it pushed out to everybody. Also, if you like what we're doing here, consider maybe hitting that subscribe button. If you do hit the subscribe button, make sure that you hit the notification bell at the same time, because we do go live every single night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the best thing about the stream, guys, isn't the content or the creator. It's literally the chat. Jump into the chat, say hi to the people, let them know where you're from, let them know where you, let them know most importantly that you're safe and you're good, and jump in. I'm telling you, you will not regret it. They are absolutely the best chat out there on YouTube, as far as I'm concerned, or any other platforms for that matter. So jump in, say hi. Become part of the family. I'm telling you, it is a community of people that is unlike any others. I'm telling you right now. You don't even have to take my word for it. Just jump in. We got 190 people in the chat right now, guys, which is absolutely crazy considering there's absolutely nobody else doing this out there right now. So I just want to say thank you very much for supporting the channel. And like I said, everybody that's donated your time is precious, especially with everything that's going on in the world today. So it's nice to see that I got each and every one of you here. So I really appreciate that. Without you, Wayne, it's nothing. Love and prayers. No, without any of us, it's really nothing. So Bubba says, shut the F up. You will need insurance, smart guy. Who are you talking to, Bubba? Bubba arguing with somebody in the chat? Insurance is called Smith & Wesson. Shit hit the fan. Bubba, are you okay, man? I don't know who he's arguing with. Keep calling me, telling me my car warranty is about to die. Sad part is I don't own a car. Tell them to deliver it. Why was I banned? Brian Smith. Wayne Live. I don't. You were banned. See, there was, but Brian Smith. You were unhidden. I don't know why. I'm gonna find out afterwards, though. I don't know why. Sometimes people hit the wrong button when they're doing stuff, but it says you were unhidden, Brian Smith. I'm all over it. Naked. Thank you and God bless Wayne Live. Chat family, love and prayers. You know, we did something that is like almost unheard of, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, you guys helped me get this channel monetized in less than 3 days. How crazy is that? Vice President-elect Kamala Harris at first bumped. What? She fist bumped? What the hell? What the hell, people? Watch this. Check this out. I'm gonna bring this up on the screen here. We'll keep the hostage situation up there, but check this out. Look at that. Fist bump. Let's do. Look at that again. Fist bump. She's so cool and hip. She like totally fist bumps people. It looks like the person behind her doesn't even have shoes on. Obviously, it's tan colored. Replay. Oof. President Trump has fired Chris Coe, director of CIS. That's crazy. Trump just firing everybody. It's like, you're fired. You're out of here. Alright. You know what yeah, she's so scared of COVID. Yeah, so scared of COVID, she's on lockdown. I'm gonna check out. Rumble's basically like BitChute right now. Like they got a lot of stuff on there, but they're basically like BitChute. I like Parler. I like Parler. I hope Parler comes out with a live stream. I would definitely jump to Parler. I hope they come out with a Parler. If you're watching, do a live stream. So I'm in the middle, guys, of waiting for an email back from a company that does cloud-based serving. So basically, I'll have my website up and running. I'll have a live chat just like this, and I'll be able to stream right to it, right to you guys. We'll be able to direct traffic from all the other platforms to my website. You can watch this show or whatever you want to call this live. And you know, the best part about it is we censor ourselves. Yeah, I just got to put a warning label at the top of the screen. You know, there might be some naughty language, but at the very least, we monitor ourselves. And the fact that I'm in Canada helps even better. Want to watch on DLive again? Well, the problem with DLive is that DLive has community standards, and they're owned by Chinese. It's a Chinese company, so I'm not really too sure I want to support government or the companies like that. So kind of poopy sandwich, if you know what I mean. Parler is pretty cool. I got 29 followers. Grandma's a rhino, has been for years. Yeah. Just wait, it is coming. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Let's see what Tucker Carroll's saying. What did he say here?
Turn on the hearings on Capitol Hill today with the Silicon Valley CEOs. Don't be embarrassed if you didn't. You probably didn't. No matter how worried you are about big tech, and obviously you should be gravely concerned, you may have decided to skip today's spectacle and fold the laundry or call your in-laws instead, and we don't judge you for that. Previous hearings on big tech have not produced a lot. Elderly senators who can't. According to Chris Coons, there's not enough.
You do, Mr. Dorsey, have policies against deep fakes or manipulated media against...
I love Parler. I really do. But I have an axe there. Alright. Let me just pull up this here so I can get another feed in here. Here's the cop on the right hand side. And then let's look at some of these links here. I got a couple links in the email. Just give me 1 sec, guys. I'll bring them up. Nice, Carl. Nice. I didn't catch up to licensing issues. It was on me. I'm still learning about the legal rights of music. Hey, Carl, don't even worry about it. It's all good, brother.
The Streamwriter Convention is over with. Let's roll.
Almost seen my porn there. I had to get it off the screen.
Put all the plugs back together here.
Oh, shoot. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Alright. We had to take a little bit of a break, guys. I had to get out the car. I had to stretch my little legs. Alright, we'll see you guys later.
Okay, what was that here?
Oh, shit.
You know what? I love these. I love these people that give me an email. They're like, "I have a donation of $4.5 million US for you. Email me back on how to proceed." Could just one time, could that kind of donation be real? Seriously? Where can I get your hat? Actually, it's funny that you asked that, because I have somebody looking at my website tomorrow, and we should be able to have the hats on the website tomorrow. For now, if you want to email me, I could get you ready for that, and then they can ship it out. And guys, for the people that have been waiting for stuff to be shipped to you, I totally dropped the ball, and I screwed up the whole mailing thing. Some of the things came back to me. Some of them are stuck at depots. because I didn't put names on them. Apparently, you have to put names on the person coming and going. Canada mail system right now is like shit. They have a whole rules and lists and shit that you're supposed to do because of whatever. I don't know if it's COVID related, but I didn't follow them. I thought it was just regular out. So all of that has been fixed by somebody that is so grateful to that I'm grateful to, that is fixing my my fuck ups, I guess you could say. So they will be fixing all that for me. They think Wayne mailing bombs. Yeah, it's something. But it's because I screwed it up. I didn't put names. I put addresses and stuff like that. And then it got stuck in holding because they didn't know where to put it. And then some of the stuff, like I got 2 hats back that were supposed to go out. I got 2 hats back. So. Rob Slop, yeah. That's another thing. So yeah, it'd be nice. And I have no idea who wrote this, but it's in some kind of foreign language. Thank you. So yeah, this donation for $4.5 million. You can give me really big super chats if you're watching. Make sure you put the location on your hands, or the lotion on your hands while wrapping the packages. Absolutely. My hands are actually starting to get dry because I was using it as more like a hand moisturizer, and my hands were getting dry over it. Make sure you put lotion. Yep. It rubs the lotion on its. I'm not saying that. Anyways, any more feeds? Anything else we want to bring up before we end up calling it a night tonight, guys? Copy the text to Google Trans. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're right. That's a good idea, actually. I've never done that before, but yeah. Let's do that. Okay, let me see what we can find here. Behind enemy lines. Do you have anything on right now? Nope. Live, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Nobody's live. Yeah, so this is what I find really weird. Non-stop, like 160 some days of protesting, and then just done. No, use PayPal on his site. YouTube doesn't get any, and Wayne gets more. Oh, that's true. Wayne Live, I am Nigerian, living in Excel. Can you please send me your banking information? Exactly. But they're not asking for banking information at all. They're just saying, they're just saying we have a donation of whatever. Can you email us back with how to proceed? $4.5 million? Yeah, right. Yeah. Let's see what. Actually, you know what? That's a good thing to check here. Anti-gut. Holy smokes! Look at this. This is wild. Check this out. This is in Thailand. Like, these guys know how to friggin' get up and go with the friggin' protests. Look at that. Look at the wall. They have a wall. Like, it looks like a paper wall. They have a paper wall. Look at the water cannons. Those blue things are water cannons. Look at that. They have barbed wire fences. Like, look at that. They put buses, barbed wire fences, water cannons. That's like zombie apocalypse shit right there. I'm not even kidding you. Like, look at that. That is crazy. Let's bring this up close. Look. Look at that. Look at the amount of cops. Look at the cops. They're like, okay, boys, zombies will be coming through any minute now. Like, wow. That is crazy. We're going to see protests like that? Let's see. Standoff is still going on. Bangkok. A guy with a Woody going into an airport, walking in sideways. Look at that. Look at. Do you see that? Look at that. We need that kind of shit. We need that. That's the kind of stuff we need to have. Well, not us here in Canada. We'd just be like, what? Oh, look at this. Look at on the far right. They brought like rubber duckies like you would bring in a pool. It's like water. Hey, look, it's a water park. Let's go, kids. Look at. It's not funny. It's really serious over there, but they brought big rubber duckies to the water cannons. Well, of course, I know they used it to block the water cannons. I just think it's funny. Wow. That's crazy. Look at the amount of cops there. Tell me those cops aren't scared. That's crazy. And yeah, that's crazy. All right, let me get rid of these this here. We'll pull this back up. And let me get something else here. Trudeau gets water cannons. Be careful what you wish for. Yeah, no kidding. No freaking kidding. Biden scam. What's this?
Videos, because now we have a nice library of videos, and I am just trying to find.
I don't know who this guy is. Huh. This is crazy. This is crazy. Look at this. Look at that. Wayne Live, blind dude. Am I here? They figured there. Look at that. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy, guys. Oh, hold on. What's this? Cops looking at a car. They're searching this guy's car. That's what I mean. Like, we're gonna have all kinds of stuff now that everybody can YouTube or stream. I should say stream.
I'm gonna need you to delete this from.
What's that?
I'm gonna need you to delete this, please.
Why?
Because I don't need you to be recording us. Or me. Okay? Would you like it?
Okay, no good.
Did you delete it?
No, I won't.
Okay.
Have a good one, sir.
The guy just went up and asked him to delete it. You live in Oregon? Nice.
So there are a few. There are a few officers talking to a few people off this side. Someone on the ground over here is still. I don't know what her volume is. And someone talking with her. There's a guy that just approached me, slipped up and he asked that dog. The dog's barking at me.
Nice.
And there's a lady between the cars all the way against the property line. And then there's a dad that just showed up and that guy talked to the right hand side here. He's talking with Dad now.
Haley, good night. I'm gonna wrap it up in about 15 minutes, guys, and then we'll.
Yes, Suzanne. Yes. And mods, please. You got to look out for any trolling. That guy might be looking for a stream.
They keep me rolling and hating. You were saying a guy goes into an airport with a Woody, then never finished. Oh, okay. So a guy going into an airport with, you know, a Woody, right? And he's going through the airport doors, and he's walking sideways. Where's he going?
Yep, Yolanda. It's not an issue to me.
A guy with a Woody goes into an airport, walks in through the airport doors sideways. Where's he going?
It was a civilian, Kathy. Civilian.
He's going to Bangkok. That's the corniest joke I've ever said. Alright, this shit's boring as hell. Let's get this off the screen. Let's get this off the screen. So, Parlor, did you guys get the my account? If you haven't followed me on there, follow me. Do it. If you don't do it, you're not live. Oh, let's get rid of this too. Man, you guys rock. Thank you very much for being here tonight. These guys absolutely rock. I can't believe we got this channel up and running as quick as we did. These guys rock, man. You absolutely rock. Absolutely. Dirty joke and white horse fell in mud. It's like when a girl sits on the bed and she's like, talk to me dirty. I'm like, soil. Oh, I'm tired, guys. I'm tired. I think I'm getting YouTube burnt out. That's an actual thing, I think. Parlor is like Facebook without... It is. I love it. Man, that camera ever up close, eh? You need pie. I need pie. I need something. I need something. Okay, where... We got all those other things in. Did I forget to put the friggin... Are you kidding me? Did I not put... I didn't put any of the... Are you kidding me? I didn't put any of the tags? I didn't put any of the tags. I'm an idiot. No wonder nobody really could find us. I did not do any of the tags. Idiot. That's stupid. That was an amateur move. Wow. Alright. Do it. Alright, actually, let's check out something. Let's check out something quickly here, guys, before we go. Did that ever die out quick, eh? Wow. What do we got here? 40-mile-an-hour winds. Not bad, not bad. That's pretty cool. Anything else going on in the world? No. No, a couple of earthquakes over here. Oh, we got one here. Nice. Look at, is it just me, or is there a reason why only fires are in America? Like, there's no other fires anywhere in the world? Like, nowhere? Oh yeah, right there. Australia. Australia is burning. So this part of Australia and all of the United States. Maybe it jumped from there to there. All those mountains in Central America. Yeah. No land. Weird. Just weird. Arson. Yeah. That is crazy. Wayne, you should install Google Earth Pro and have people send in coordinates of cool places. I have several. Google Earth Pro? Yeah, I should. I'll do that. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. That's crazy. We got 6 minutes, guys, left. Is there anything you guys want to bring up on the screen or talk about? Anybody got a YouTube channel? That's a thing right there. Anybody have a YouTube channel? You guys want to promote your channel? You want to get some exposure? We had a pretty good night tonight. We had about 3,000 people in here. We got 156 people in here now. 329 likes. Absolute cool. You guys rock, man. Absolutely rock and roll, man. You should install it. The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for some votes to steal. Yep. Simple solutions. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Trying to find some decent hurricane. Blind dude. Okay, let me see, blind dude, what you got. I gotta go in here. Blind dude, where are you? Where are you, blind dude? Come on, blind dude restreaming me. My God, did you guys see this? Blind dude. Whoa, I'm on to you, bro. I'm on to you. I see you now, bro. I see what you're doing. What is this? Blind dude, look. What is that right there? That's woke. Oh, look at woke. I don't know who this Watch What Wayne guy is, but he stole my logo. You must be these two, woke and what? Whoa, look at this. Woke and Watch What Wayne. Same stream, guys. Oh shit, we're on to this. This is alright. We're gonna break this shit wide open, people. We're gonna crack this. Woke and Watch What Wayne. Commie mother poop faces. Just saying. Woke with Wayne. I should change it like that. Woke with Wayne. That should get her friggin' britches all up in a. Yes. That was great. Let's see what we got here. Replay. Turn him into a copyright. I'm turning away. Watch Wayne into a copyright. Going 1776. That music. It's copyright. Creative Commons reuse. Yeah. But is that music copyright? Like, you got 1 subscriber. You don't even have a yeah, you got 9. You got 88 subscribers. Nice. Yeah, I just gave you a new one. Notification, all your stuff. There you go. Done and done. Anybody else got anything you want to go? Where's everybody from? I'm from the other side of the computer monitor. Hi, how you doing? Ooh, I better I better pull off all those channels off my screen because I don't want to get caught with a copyright. I'll get all stinky dinky on them. COVID news. What's going on in 368 people? I must be boring as hell. I have to be as boring as fuck. I'm telling you right now, I must be boring as fuck. Because if there's 377 people watching Times Square doing nothing, and we're talking and interacting with people, I gotta be boring as shit. I just killed my whole watch live streams in 4K. Like literally, 380 people watching that. My YouTube dreams just got crushed. Maybe I should just stream my desk. Just sit here and be like this. It's so nice watching that fat security guard. I can call him fat because I'm fat myself. Actually, I'm losing weight. I lost 10 pounds. You did pop up the Trump 2020 text today. You two also might have noticed. Oh yeah, for sure it did. Salty Wayne. I'm not salty. I enjoy the people that are here. I really do. I just don't know how concrete. No, there it is. That's what gets them. It's the like Jeff Mack is up running again. He was streaming 40 minutes. How do these guys get taken down for copyright strikes and they're up and running again? Like, I'm happy for them. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy. I'm happy they did it. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy. But what the hell? Why can't they give me my friggin' channel back? I don't get that. I'm just going to bed. Screw this. Hurricane. Okay, let's bring that up. Actually, we just bring it right here. Oh, it's on YouTube. It's not gonna let me link from there. Oh my. Yeah, Coin, they must have made a deal with Woke. Let me check my other channel, actually. This sucks. Look at this. Look, see? Copyright strike. Boom. Right there. A copyright strike, the owner asked to take it down. Action. Contact. I could contact them. That's it. She doesn't even write back. I don't say nothing. You have to see that. That was wild. Watch this. Watch this. I just realized, USA Travel Guide, that she was shit. I just realized her channel is not a Creative Commons. Or this video isn't. All right. It's for news, Wayne. Yeah, almost anything can be used if you talk over it. Yeah. Well, I had a thing that was on my side screen and I was just talking over it, and I had Watch What Wayne taken down for it. So, and they haven't given it back to me. They keep coming up with a million excuses not to give it back to me. So, I don't trust that theory. It should be like that, but it's not. YouTube and look up how to remove copyright strikes and restart stream after copyright strike. Yeah, I did. I did all the steps. I did everything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Check also PayPal. They say on the news is censoring conservative accounts. Yeah. Well, that's probably what they're doing, right? Because they gave back everybody else's account, but they didn't give me back mine. It still says under review. I put in another claim through the studio. I responded to the email with the picture of it. I also responded to Google Help Desk, which they were talking to me live. And I responded to YouTube's help support through Twitter, and they said the same thing. I just gotta put in a counter thing and then wait, and then that's it. Everything is because I'm Canadian. Probably. They have already been allowed to create BS. What happens now matters. Yeah. Oh, what happened now doesn't matter. Everything is because you're Canadian. LOL. Google help if probably just a bot. Yeah, probably. Did I get the $20 you sent me last night through PayPal? Nate? Yeah, I think I did, actually. Come to think about it, I think I did. I appreciate that. I think there was an email that was attached to it, so there will be, sorry, a thank you sent out to everybody that used the PayPal. No emails, no nothing. Yeah, I appreciate all the support you guys have done. That's it. Canadian Streamers Matter protest around YouTube. Let's go. Get it. Brian Smith, Watcher Wayne. May I post a GoFundMe link for help? Sure. Absolutely. There you go. Brian, I think your GoFundMe is in my my description though. You're the veteran, right? I think it's in my description of my video. Let me check here again, make sure. I'm pretty sure it's in my again, make sure. Nope, that's for no, okay, maybe not. Okay, here we go, boom. Boom boom. Doom doom doom. Okay. Let's remove that there. All right, let's click on that. Yes, Brian. Yes. Now, okay, you got it fixed. Good. Yeah, your link is working now, so that's good. What would the government there do if they saw your stream? Would they come for you or what? It depends on what I was saying in my stream. If I was saying screw Trudeau, pandemic's fake, all this other stuff, yeah, they would throw a bunch of charges at me. For sure they would. Oh. Yes, new link. Thank you, God bless. No problem, Brian. Tinfoil hats matter. 5G. Anybody like somebody came to me and wrote me an email talking to me about all this 5G stuff, and I've been trying to wrap my head around it. Half the people say 5G is bad. The other half say it's good. I don't know whether it is or it isn't. But and it's not like you can use the excuse, well, if it was really bad, they wouldn't allow you to have it. Because look what's going on in the world. That is what it says on Google. What's that, Wayne? There are 3 ways to resolve a copyright strike. Wait for it to expire. Copyright strikes expire after 90 days. If your first strike, you will need to complete a copyright school. Yeah, I did all that. I did the copyright school. I did the counterclaim. Yep, don't matter. They're not giving it back to me. 5G can be weaponized or unweaponized. Scary shit. Alright, people. These guys are wonderful. Absolutely awesome. Oh. Wait a second. That's not right. I thought we had more than 255 thumbs up. Maybe I'm getting tired and seeing things. If you get within 100 feet of a 5G antenna, you can get fried. 1776. What did he say? Catherine just like vaccines. Yeah. Alright, guys. I have 290. I only have... Okay, guys, can you guys let me know how much... We had 319 thumbs at one point. Yeah, now we only have 255. I thought we did have 390. I thought we had over 300. Am I going crazy, guys? I thought we... Well, there you go. So yeah, we got 256 now. You were number 320? Well, that explains it. They probably just don't... That explains why we don't have his... You know what we should do, guys, tomorrow? It's 2:57 here, yeah. What we should do is tomorrow is we should like do a Twitter storm and do like you know, Facebook, post it everywhere. Just share out the link as much as we can to all the platforms and see if we can't just get the numbers to spike just a little bit. If they don't spike at all, then we know that they're doing something, because that for sure they're... I was positive we had that. Yeah, they're still in the likes. Nobody likes me. No, hold on a minute. Let me check something here. That doesn't make any sense why they would do that. That's not right. YouTube wouldn't do that. How many views did Jeff Mack get? 4,000 views. Nice. Good job, buddy. Okay, so my channel. Yeah, they can't steal the thumbs down, eh? We got 8 thumbs down. They can't take those. They gotta take the thumbs up. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Alright, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna share this shit out of this stuff, this video tonight. Didn't help too that I forgot to make a video for Wayne Live, or Watch with Wayne. Okay, it's there. They could be. They very well could be. I think they just don't want to give me my channel back, and they don't want me saying anything. Shit. That is wild. They're like snatchers. They're snatchers of the likes. There we go. There we go on the Wayne Show. Alright. Audit the likes. That's it. We're auditing. I need my observers to watch as we audit the likes. I gotta check back. I know I had it on the screen for a couple minutes. We can see what it was. You know who took them, eh? It's because they found out that I had dead people liking my stream. So they took them from me. All right, guys. That's it. We've been had a wonderful night. Lori, who? That's it. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to put my head down. I'm going to cry myself to sleep. Simple as that. My dog likes it. Simple solution. Hey. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri.
Hello, Jesmer.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Whose shit went off? And on that note, guys, see you later. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Oh, that was awesome. Now that all your dogs are barking and your devices are going off, have a good night, guys. And like I always say, if you can't be good, you know what I need? I need a good intro video. I need a good intro video, and I need a good ending. That's what I need. I'm going to see if I can get somebody to edit something for me. Alright, you did a great job under pressure. What an example of bacon. Thanks, Wayne. No problem. Thank you guys very much for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thanks for keeping this alive. You know, we got to go 3 months without the channel. The other channel, it is what it is, but we're going to build the crap out of this. We're going to make this great again. By the time I get my channel back, maybe you guys will actually have picked a president. Maybe. Maybe I'll still be able to stream freely without my government coming down on me. Who knows? Whatever the case may be, guys, if you can be good at it. And I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much from my family and myself. Thank you for all the support. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow throughout the day and definitely at 9 p.m. See you guys. Love them. They're awesome. Awesome.